pages of notes to start the meeting.
That can't be good.
It's all good stuff. It's just a lot of good stuff.
I'm glad to hear a little bit of good news these days.
Yeah, yeah. All right, make sure I start with the right page. There we go. Do we know if anyone actually watches us on YouTube? Oh, good. I'm glad y'all know how to figure that out, whether people's watching or not. Okay. Are we ready?
So, just
Can you
about.
provide
And
counseling to the people who do?
if if we can maximize the screen, just show the council videos, that would be great. And when we get to your item, you can share your video. And we are ready for you to start.
Oh, great. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the November 18th Town of Chapel Hill Town Council meeting. I feel like I say this every time. We have a very full agenda. We have a lot of items on here tonight. After our roll call, we have 3 proclamations, and we have 8 items for discussion. And we're going to have an update from UNC about their plans for the spring semester. We're going to continue the public hearing on the future land use map this evening. And the additional public hearings are the townhomes in the Blue Hill District, the Bridgepoint project proposed for Homestead Road, and the proposed South Columbia Street Annex project. And at the end of the evening, we'll announce our appointments to 3 of our town advisory boards. And for those of you who've joined us tonight, we're glad you're here with us. For those viewing, we're happy to have you viewing. And for folks who are watching us later, all kinds of ways to see and hear and participate in what's happening. Public input is really important to us. And we welcome your comments. If you're going to sign in to speak tonight, we'll be calling 2 people over at a time. Mayor Pro Tem Parker will help announce who those 2 people are. We'll ask you to speak for your 3 minutes, and then we'll bring in the next couple of folks to hear what you have to say. There are other ways to communicate with us as well. You can call or email. Those are different ways to make your voice heard. So, starting off in keeping with the new state guidelines for virtual meetings, we will have a roll call attendance. When I call your name, please unmute yourself and say aye or present, whatever works for you. Mayor Pro Tem Michael Parker.
Here.
Councilmember Jess Anderson.
Here.
Councilmember Alan Boyncey.
Here.
Councilmember Hungbin Gu.
Here.
Councilmember Tai Nguyen.
Here.
Councilmember Amy Ryan.
Here.
Councilmember Karen Stegman.
Here.
And Mayor Pam Heminger is also here. Great. All right, we're going to start off with our salute and proclamations. Kind of fun to have a salute again tonight. Tonight we're saluting Carolina Athletics and National Youth Sports Public Health Strategy. We're excited about this because they held an event earlier to signal their support of the Department of Health and Human Services National Youth Sports Strategy. During the event, all 22 of Carolina's coaches signed a pledge to support national, state, and local efforts to expand youth sports participation. In taking this step, Carolina became the first Division I athletic department to embrace and support this important national health policy. As a state, North Carolina ranks 18th in the country for childhood obesity, which is really a sobering statistic. And even before COVID hit, under 20% of all children are physically active for the recommended 60 minutes each day. We know that physical activity provides important benefits for children and adults, actually, such as reducing the rate of obesity, building strong bones and muscles, contributing to better mental health, and improving academic performance. And with us this evening, we're excited to have Bubba Cunningham, who is the athletics director for UNC. Bubba, can you share some remarks with us?
Sure, I'd be honored to. And thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity. Thanks so much for the proclamation. We are delighted to be the first NCAA school to support the National Fitness Foundation and the Youth Sports Initiative strategy that they have. And it's wonderful to partner with the town of Chapel Hill, Orange County, the Parks and Recreation Department, and have all of our coaches so engaged in promoting youth sport. All of the health benefits that you mentioned are something that is so important to all of us in this community, to this state, and we hope that other schools will follow this position and adopt their local communities in the assistance in providing youth sport opportunities for so many. So again, thank you so much. Thanks for all the work that you do. The partnership between the university and the town is special, and we really do appreciate it. So thanks so much for tonight's recognition.
And thank you. We are glad to partner with you, and we're glad to partner when it concerns our children, especially in getting them healthy. We also want to say thank you to UNC Health and the Gilling School of Public Health for their leadership in this important thing. And we're going to commit to doing all we can do together, and we look forward to a wonderful, healthy relationship. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have a salute to Small Business Saturday, and which falls on November 28th this year. And Mayor Pro Tem Parker has a brief introduction, and we're joined by Jamie Sanchez of our marvelous Epilogue Bookstore to talk to us.
Good evening. According to the United States Small Business Administration, the 31.7 million small businesses in the United States account for 65% of the new jobs created in the United States between 2000 and 2019. These businesses have been deeply impacted by the COVID crisis, with 62% of small business owners indicating that they need consumer spending to return to pre-COVID levels by the end of 2020 to stay in business. Because of this dire situation, Small Business Saturday and the Support Local movement are even more important than in years past. Small, independently owned businesses have positive social, economic, and environmental impacts on our community. Therefore, tonight, the Council is proclaiming Saturday, November 28th, as Small Business Saturday in Chapel Hill and urging everyone to support our local businesses. As the mayor said, with us tonight is Jamie Sanchez from Epilogue Bookstore in our very own downtown, who wants to make a few remarks. Jamie?
Gracias, Mayor Pro Tem, and gracias, Mayor Heminger, and council members, and hello, fellow community members. As they mentioned, my name is Jaime Sanchez. My wife Miranda and I are Chapel Hill locals and the owners of Epilogue Books Chocolate Brews. Epilogue is an independently owned new used bookstore and Mexican cafe located in downtown Chapel Hill on Franklin Street. We've created a warm, welcoming atmosphere that is enhanced by the amazing locals and the visitors that walk through our doors. When they come in, they enjoy a curated collection of books focused on elevating the amazing stories of underrepresented voices. You can pair a nice read with one of our signature drinking chocolates and a delicious piece of Mexican bread, which we make daily. Like many local businesses, we're committed to our community, and you can see this in how we do business. From how we source our products, which are from local sustainable businesses like Carborough Coffee Roasters and Everyday Chocolate, to how we treat our team members who are paid a living wage, get paid health days, and are provided health insurance. As you can imagine, it's not easy running a small business. Competition is fierce, especially if we allow more chains to come in. Margins are thin, and COVID has made doing business especially complicated. Like many local businesses, Epilogue has incorporated many important new safety features. We offer masks to all regardless of purchase, and book browsing requires patrons to wear gloves that we provide. We're committed to ensuring that our guests have a safe and positive experience. We also now offer online purchases. For example, at epiloguebookcafe.com, you can purchase a gift box, which we fill with amazing books and treats from local vendors and artists. We'll deliver them to your loved ones and even include a personal handwritten note, which we love to write. Think of it as spreading the love and not COVID. I'm joined today by Katie Luvis from the Chamber for Greater Chapel Hill and Matt Gladdick from the Chapel Hill Downtown Partnership. Both of their organizations are made up of many of the small local businesses in our community. Together, we want to remind you then, and everyone listening, that buying local matters, and it matters more than ever with COVID. Study after study confirms the value small businesses bring to our local communities. In fact, according to American Express and the National Federation of Independent Business, 67 cents of every dollar spent at a local business stays in the community and helps generate far greater economic value. There's no magic to it. It's just basic economics. You cannot beat small, independent business. In closing, as a small business owner, I want to thank you for signing this proclamation declaring the Saturday after Thanksgiving, Saturday, November 28th, as Small Business Saturday. By recognizing Small Business Saturday, you're saying that we local businesses matter, that we have a positive impact in our community. Please, please, please continue to encourage everyone to shop small this holiday season and to do so not just on Small Business Saturday, but every day. Mucho amor and muchas gracias.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you. And
Usted.
a great reminder to us all. We have fabulous small businesses in our community, and we need to help them out. We need to help them during times of COVID, and they are safe. So please, please go out and do that. Thank you so much. Next up, we have our Care to Share. Councilmember Anderson will share some information about Care to Share that's happening right now in our community.
Thanks, Mayor Heminger. Tomorrow is Care to Share Day in Chapel Hill and throughout Orange County. Care to Share is a program that provides financial assistance to people needing help with their water and sewer bills. This year, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound impact on the local economy and many residents' incomes. As a result, since March 2020, when OWASA temporarily suspended service disconnections for non-payment in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the average amount past due per customer has more than tripled. One way people can help is to support the OWASA Care to Share program by making a one-time or monthly donation when paying your OWASA bill. The funds are administered by the Interfaith Council for Social Services. Information is available on the OWASA website, and we will also provide a link through social media.
Thank you. It is easy to do, and we ask people to take an opportunity to go to the website and make that donation. OWASA is a community utility, so it's not funded by the government, so they exist on their payments. So we need to help out folks keep their water on, and we need to keep our own water utility functioning well. All right. Next up, we have our town manager to introduce a new staff member.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure to introduce the town's new planning director, Colleen Wilger. Colleen most recently served as the acting deputy director for community planning and design for Washington, D.C.'s Office of Planning, while also serving as the associate director for neighborhood planning in the district. Colleen was a planner in the city of Alexandria, Virginia, prior to her service with the District of Columbia. This is her first week on the job with us. We're pleased to have her on our team. Colleen, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Thank you, Maurice. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I am happy to be here. I'm excited to work with you as well as the community and lead the great team of planners in the planning department. Thanks so much.
Thank you. We're excited to have you here too, and we look forward to meeting you in person at some point in time.
Yes, likewise. Thanks.
We'll laugh. Our wonderful new attorney, Ms. Anderson, I've never met in person either, so we're living in a virtual world, but we will.
Getting to be a long list.
Oh my! Hopefully we'll be together at some point. So yeah, there we go. There we go. Thank you.
Welcome.
We want people to stay safe. So. Thank you. All right, a couple of other announcements. Tomorrow evening, Thursday, November 19th, there'll be a virtual public information meeting around the proposed residential project for 2200 Homestead Road. The meeting will run from 5:15 to 6 p.m. And again, always check these meeting times and dates on the town calendar in case they've shifted a little bit since we printed up announcements. And I'm excited to announce Arbor Day this Friday. We're going to celebrate Arbor Day in Chapel Hill. We always do this in November because it's a little too hot in our springtime to plant the trees. And we have better success in our area when we plant trees in the fall. So it helps. It has all here about how it establishes the roots and all that kind of thing, get through the dry summers. But we're going to take place virtually for Arbor Day this year at Friday at 9:45 a.m. Information's on the calendar. And we're working with Glenwood Elementary School, so there'll be some poetry and some things going on to celebrate the planting of the trees. And very excited about the planting, which is going to be over there near our town hall in front of our parking area on MLK side. So that's very exciting. And exciting news is, you know, last year we made the commitment to do 200 trees for our 200 years of existence. So we did 201. We're very, very excited. And we're going to continue that program. We still have money in our tree fund, continue planting more trees in the coming year. And we're excited to do that to replenish our wonderful tree community. All right. Do other folks have announcements? Okay. There's a lot going on. And again, please always check the town website for all the different meetings going on. All right. So I'll bring us back to our agenda. If there's anyone wishing to speak on items not on the printed agenda, would they let us know? You can see the note there. You can do the raise hand function. And if you're on the phone, I believe you have to do Amy a star. I should know this by now. I'm so sorry. A *9, but we didn't have anyone signed up to speak on items not on the agenda. Okay.
We do not.
Okay, so then that will move us to our consent agenda.
I'll move the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Anderson, second by Mr. Parker. I have to do a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Jess Anderson.
Aye.
Alan Boyncey.
Aye.
Hong Bingu. I'm looking at y'all. I know your order, but Hong Bingu.
Aye.
Tai Nguyen.
Aye.
Amy Ryan.
Aye.
Karen Stegman. And the mayor says aye as well. Sorry, I just should stick to knowing the list and try to not look for you like the Hollywood Squares. Okay, you have information items in your packet. So this brings us up to our first discussion item. And we're pleased to have Daryl Jeter from UNC with us this evening to talk about UNC's spring semester plans. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. And I am sharing my screen. If I could just get a confirmation that you can see my display.
We can see it. It looks lovely. There you go.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I certainly appreciate the opportunity to join you all today and to share our efforts and ongoing planning for our spring semester. This certainly is a demonstration of the partnership and the commitment that we have both from our local and county partners. And so again, we value this opportunity. So I want to provide just a few highlights as it relates to where we are for our spring semester planning. I'll do so by beginning in the form of a reflection on how we got to where we are in the planning process. So just as an overview of our planning and coordination activity going into the spring semester, we certainly began the process just taking an opportunity to reflect on our fall 2020 roadmap that was developed back in the late spring of this year and our experience from the fall semester, and assess where our opportunities are for the spring semester to enhance our operations and to ensure that our students are able to experience the campus learning environment safely, and also areas where we can shore up some of our operations. That includes in that reflection process on the engagement side, the coordination that we're having with our campus stakeholders. The chancellor announced early this semester as it relates to our engagement, the introduction of a new campus and community advisory committee, where we do have representatives from the town serving on that committee. And so that's a new addition that helped us in exploring what the best course of action would be for the spring semester. And so that committee, in collaboration with our roadmap implementation team and content experts, collectively go through the process of reviewing various topics and then relaying information and feedback to the chancellor and decision makers on, as they see it, what again would be recommendations for consideration for the spring semester. So all of that collectively can be factored into what our spring semester roadmap would look like. Core considerations for the spring, certainly as an institution of higher education, academics is at the core of that. And so how are we able to offer our students the opportunity to engage in learning, in research, et cetera, both in person as well as remotely. And then also looking at some of those issues, prevalent issues related to public health and infectious disease, understanding that the COVID-19 virus and our understanding of it continues to evolve. And so engaging with those public health and infectious disease experts to see what the latest is as it relates to the prevalence of the virus and what we have learned over the course of this year relative to the virus and how we can minimize its spread. Also looking at what our opportunities are to provide safe residential living and dining services to our students who would need those services for the spring semester. And then also the engagement with our off-campus living and Greek life, the testing, tracing, and COVID care space. I'll talk a little bit more about that momentarily. And then finally, the impacts to the finance as well as personnel, understanding that being in this environment certainly requires us to be nimble and make some temporary adjustments just to ensure that we're able to continue to provide the services to our students, as well as support our faculty and our staff who provide excellent service to our campus operations. Just to highlight some key dates as we exit the fall semester and enter into the spring semester. And so our fall semester does end before Thanksgiving of next week. And then the course registration period will occur this month and next month for the spring semester. Our move-in period for the spring will be between January 13th and 17th. Those are the current plans. And as was announced a month or so ago, our spring class start date has been delayed by almost 2 weeks. And so the current start date is January the 19th. We will forego a spring break for the spring semester. In lieu of the spring break, there will be dates throughout the semester where we will allow students to have shorter break periods. But again, understanding that we want to make sure that the students that are on campus minimize any risk of exposure. We certainly want to consider the opportunity to keep them on campus for the duration of the semester so that they can engage in the necessary learning. And then the expected end date is May 5th for classes with the exam period following that, and a May 16th spring commencement. Obviously, the conduct of a spring commencement, the mode by which it will be conducted, all of that will remain under consideration and review as we continue to monitor our campus conditions. But we want to make sure that our graduating students, both from the winter as well, the winter of 2020, as well as the spring of 2021, receive their appropriate recognition in the form of a commencement. And then just to highlight our campus operations and COVID response measures for the spring semester, we did announce that we would have 5 modes of instruction, 2 of which would be in-person instruction. We anticipate that the percentage of courses that would be taught in person will be somewhere around 20% of our overall courses. And so, again, more information on that will likely be solidified over the course of the next month or so. But again, a fraction of our instructional courses would be made available for in-person learning. A key adjustment that we're making for the spring semester, we are moving to single occupancy housing. And so in addition to the students who presented hardships and do remain on campus, we will have housing opportunity for other students who require housing for the spring semester. So collectively, we anticipate approximately 3,500 students that will be in our housing space on campus. That would allow us again to maintain that single occupancy. And that also allows for us to expand our capacity for quarantine and isolation spaces on campus in those residence halls. So we'll have designated spaces for those. And again, that capacity will be expanded given the single occupancy. We are making updates to our community standards. Those updates will reflect the evaluation testing that will have both re-entry and regular evaluation testing. And so we will have a testing lab that will be stood up for the spring semester, and we will be providing ongoing testing, routine testing for our students, faculty, and staff. And so that resource will be made available to our campus population with a focus on our residential students and those students that are participating in in-person learning, as well as being a part of our campus community by coming on campus for services and or living in the local area. And so we want to make sure that those students have frequent and regular access to COVID-19 evaluation testing. And so we'll be incorporating that operation for the spring. And then we'll continue to ensure that our community protective equipment, some refer to it as PPE, but we have the appropriate resources. Masks will continue to be a part of our standards. And then the other resources that we need to protect one another, including the enhanced cleaning and those high touch frequency areas across campus, is maintained. And then finally, just to highlight some of our communication strategy, we realize that communications is an important aspect of our operations. And so we will continue to make updates to and maintain our Carolina Together website. And so that will be our primary resource for our campus community to access ongoing information and updates as it relates to our campus operations, particularly as it relates to modifications that we're making in light of the COVID environment. So our COVID dashboard will continue to be a resource. We're looking at incorporating some adjustments to that, but again, so that you can get a sense of what our case count is and other information relative to the virus that will be made available on the dashboard. And the evaluation testing, as I mentioned earlier, will be incorporated into our community standards. As you may recall, going into the fall semester, we did require all of our students that were enrolled to sign an attestation statement. We will also have an acknowledgement for the students of those community standards for the spring semester to also include their acknowledgement of the evaluation testing standard that we will have in place for the spring. Promotions of the community standards, will use a number of venues by which to do that, and that will be promotional videos, social graphics, etc. And so our communications team is working aggressively, and they have a partner group that they engage with to explore what those opportunities are to continue that promotion both currently and into the spring. In that partnership with our town and county partners, we can amplify the 3 W's and be consistent with both the message that's coming from the federal, state, and local area, and then promoting that team concept that we're all really here together protecting one another. An additional aspect is educating our students on how they can socialize safely, because we do realize that a part of that campus experience that they expect is to be able to engage in social activity with one another, but we realize that mass gatherings, etc., do not align themselves with protecting ourselves from the virus. And so we want to make sure that we educate them on the fact that, yes, we want you to engage in social activity, but there is a safe way to do so, and it can be accomplished. And then also not only following those community standards on campus, but also in the local community, as we do expect our students to comply with those standards, whether they're on campus or in the town or local community. And so just in summary, our planning and our work continues. It is ongoing, it is evolving, and we again appreciate the opportunity to stay engaged with our local partners and certainly welcome ongoing feedback that you may have as we prepare for the spring semester. And so with that, I will pause and turn it back over to the mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for the update. We appreciate you coming to speak with us. Let's see if council members have some questions. I saw Ms. Anderson, Ms. Stegman, Ms. Ryan, and then Mr. Wynn and Scoop. Okay, here we go.
Thank you,
Lightning round,
Mr. Jeter, for coming to let us know the most recent plans. It looks like things, there are some really good improvements since the fall. And I will still implore UNC to please, continue to listen to the town, especially when it comes to that off-campus, where I think in the fall we saw the largest amount of spread was not obviously in classrooms, but in off-campus gatherings. So my first question is that I saw information recently released on the community standards violations. When campus reopens, is there a possibility of having that those data released more than quarterly?
Thank you for your question. I'll take that information back to share with that group in the interest that you would certainly like to see that information more frequently. So I can certainly follow up on that question.
Okay, thank you. And related to that question, what are going to be the ways, can we get some more transparency on what the consequences for violating the standards are, so that there's consistency and there's knowledge in advance for the community and also for students of what they can expect?
Yes, and so that the enforcement component is obviously a balance that we're wanting to draw. And learning from the fall semester, a part of the attestation acknowledgement is a recognition that as a condition of the enrollment, compliance with those community standards or non-compliance could result in being disenrolled from campus. And so that continues to be that condition for the spring semester. So as it relates to the transparency on what those standards are, again, I recognize the interest there, and as that enforcement component continues to be solidified, we'll certainly follow up on what exactly that looks like. And so that's another note that I'm taking to ensure that we're able to provide more detail to you on that.
Thank you. In the fall, there were several Greek organizations that were kind of especially problematic. I'm just wondering what efforts or what can be done to target those particular kind of super spreader events or the kind of repeat offenders.
So one of the collaborative efforts that have been ongoing this semester, both our student affairs and our campus police have been working with and meeting routinely with our Greek organizations, those student leaders that are part of those organizations. I think they have weekly meetings with a task force that we have representation from the campus on, just to talk through and to allow for an educational opportunity, because we realize that the compliance to an extent also relies on leadership among the student body in encouraging and promoting those safe behaviors. And so we continue to engage in those conversations with them, and then also being clear with them that there will be consequences when there is non-compliance, because though they have an extent of independence in that they're off campus, they still represent the campus community and our student body, and we all collectively have a responsibility. So we expect that that engagement will continue, and that collaboration with those off-campus student Greek housing will continue as well.
Thank you. And my last question is, and this is something that I think I asked in the fall too, is there a threshold for the off-ramp? I think in the fall, I know many of us were relieved to see that that UNC did kind of close down when it looked like things were getting really bad. But I think something that a lot of community members are interested in is knowing in advance what kind of what would have to happen, or what the threshold would be in order to close campus, or to kind of start shutting things down.
A great question. I appreciate that. As we mentioned with the fall semester, there wasn't necessarily a threshold, but we did have areas of consideration that we realized certain implications would impact our ability to continue certain operations, or would the need to consider altering certain operations. An example of that for the spring is the recognition that we're not only contending with COVID-19, but it's also peak flu season. And so that's where we resulted in pushing the start date to January the 19th. And so we will continue to consult with our public health and infectious disease experts, monitoring the state and the county environment. We appreciate the recent tool that was announced by the governor on yesterday. And so not only considering our campus conditions, but also our community conditions. And I think all of those conditions collectively will help inform us as to if we need to modify any of our operations for the spring semester. And so even with the in-person learning, there might be conditions or situations which we might need to reconsider some of that activity at any given point. So it's not necessarily a threshold, but a collection of information that we will be looking at to inform any modifications to our operations.
Okay, well, I guess we'll be looking forward to kind of hearing how that goes. And I guess I would like to just say that I know some of my questions have to do with kind of compliance and consequences, but I do really feel like when we bring students back, it's not their fault that, that things go badly. I think as the university and the community, that we are responsible for these young people and for everybody's safety, including theirs. And we obviously have people in our community who are older, who are at risk. We have people on campus also who we're worried about, but I don't want to imply that I think it's the students' fault. I think that, so I'm glad that we are being a little more careful as we bring students onto campus this time around. And I will definitely hope for the best. But thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Stegman, followed by Ms. Ryan, followed by Mr. Nguyen, and then Ms. Gu.
Hi, thank you also for coming tonight. I wanted to ask about more about the testing strategy and sort of the evaluation testing. I don't ever like to admit when our neighbors down the road in navy blue do better than us, but Duke seems to have done a pretty good job of keeping campus open. And I think I just heard a story about it today that it seemed like their testing strategy and very aggressive contact tracing were a really important key to that. So could you talk more about the testing strategy, and is it going to be student initiated or random, or kind of how is that going to work, and how many contact tracers are you going to have available, and that kind of thing?
Yeah, so I'll begin with saying that, one of the components of our assessment of the fall roadmap was looking at other campuses and their operations, what they did well, what they learned from. Certainly, we've been in collaboration with our colleagues at Duke University to get more insight on their testing plan and strategy. And some of that we certainly have taken and gleaned from some of that information to inform what our testing strategy would be. So with respect to our testing for campus, we're realizing that what are those high risk groups? And so with the focus on our students, our residential students, as well as our students who are off campus but in the local community and may engage in both community activity and or activity on our campus, we want to ensure availability of routine, regular testing with that population. And when we say routine, we're looking at whether it's weekly or twice a week, making sure that they have access to regular weekly or biweekly testing on campus. And then, of course, one of the recognitions is awareness of any potential exposure. To mitigate and minimize the spread is to catch the virus early. And so, as was referenced earlier, we realized that it wasn't necessarily in the classroom, but it was in some of those non-academic spaces and environments where we did experience some of that spread. So yes, it's going to be regular testing that's going to be made available to them. In addition to them, as I mentioned earlier, our graduate professional students, our frontline staff, our professors, as well as our administrative staff, we want to make sure that they have access to regular testing as well. As a follow-up to that, the more testing we perform and the more cases we potentially have, we also want to make sure that we have contact tracing capacity that will complement and support that. So we are also increasing our capacity to be able to perform contact tracing. We're partnering with the hospital, the RDC. We're also partnering with our academic and research side to tap into some resources to augment and expand our personnel capacity to perform that. And then last but not least, I don't want to overlook the partnership, the strong partnership that we've had with Orange County Public Health and state DHHS. Orange County Public Health has been a tremendous partner working with us to help us in shoring up that testing and tracing plan for the spring semester. So we are definitely expanding on that. I hope I answered your question.
Partially, I just want to make sure I'm understanding you. You said that students will have ample access to testing, but is it student driven? Are they making the decision to test or not test, or are they required to test a certain amount of time, or how is that handled? Because there's even the story I heard about Duke today was about asymptomatic spread and how the quarantining, because of that required random testing and quarantining, it kind of prevented an outbreak. So could you speak to that element?
Absolutely. So a component of the testing will include mandatory or required testing for certain populations, including certain student populations. And so that, in addition to the compliance piece within our community standards, that information, as we update our community standards, will be reflected in those community standards of what the expectation for testing is, as both a condition of enrollment and also as a condition of accessing our campus services and being in the local community. Because again, we recognize that it's not just in being on campus, but being in the local community. So yes, an aspect of that will be mandatory. And then for the balance of our campus community, we want to make sure that even if it's volitional for them, they understand that they have ready access, and we want to encourage them to take advantage of that routine testing.
Thanks. I'm sorry to keep digging on this topic, but when you say certain student populations, that sounds like it's a relatively small group out of the total campus population. I guess I won't go on with this too long, but I would really strongly encourage as widespread required testing as possible, and a way to track that and make sure that students are following through. That seems like a really important strategy.
Absolutely. And I'll just say in closing on that question, just to expound a little more. Our priority is making sure that we emphasize, particularly as it relates to our residential students and our local students who are both accessing campus and in the local community, the expectation and the requirement for the testing. Specifically what that looks like, that's still a work in progress, but we do expect that there will be a strong expectation and a requirement based on those conditions. And so again, those students that are living on campus and they're in the local community, I do anticipate us hearing more about the mandatory nature of the testing for that group and what the frequency would be.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ryan?
Yeah, my question, first of all, was about testing, so thank you for your answer. I just want to make sure that as you're kind of finalizing these plans, that we do have a system for mandatory testing. I'm glad you're including the off-campus students as well. Community, we really appreciate that too. I know that anecdotally in the fall, we had reports of students telling each other not to test. If they thought they'd been exposed, that they should just isolate and not kind of get into the system, as it were. And so I think making it mandatory is really important, or making it random. But I think we just need to make sure that we get good compliance and a good view of what actually is going on in that whole student population. And my other is just a comment on masking. I know that we see pretty good masking compliance on campus. Sometimes when students come into downtown, the compliance is less good. So I really would, again, like to emphasize that a whole community message is very valuable for us. So the masks shouldn't come down when they pass those walls, but we should be, downtown is an extension of that Carolina home for them. And if they can keep their masks on there too, everybody would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to remind council we have a long agenda, and Mr. Dieter can get information back to us if we need in writing. So let's move us along. Mr. Nguyen and Ms. Gu and Mr. Parker, did you have your hand up too?
All right, thank you. I'll also try to be brief. Yeah, I think the mandatory testing for more of the student body is definitely something I would also like to see. I had a question about the community standards. You mentioned that, it sounds like last semester when the students register for classes, whatever, they kind of click a checkbox that they'll stick to those community standards, and that will be it. I'm wondering if y'all are thinking of a more recurring system where they have to opt in more regularly, whether that be a weekly basis or daily even, where they're consistently shown those community standards and expectations and have to opt in. I think research has shown that as a much more effective way for behavioral change, especially for people my age.
I appreciate that comment. That is an excellent point that you raised. I'll certainly take that back for those who are developing the strategies for compliance with the community standards. And I will only note that, again, drawing that balance with encouraging the students to comply and then also enforcing it, that balance, and we recognize going into the spring semester that balance is going to have to be emphasized even more, particularly as it relates to the enforcement and strongly encouraging and ensuring that they're complying with that. But I appreciate the point about the routine acknowledgement.
Yeah, I think there's some research out of the university down the road from Dan Ariely that would support that. And then my second question, I guess, is more personal, but you mentioned that the commencement was for spring 21 and winter 20. When is spring 20 going to get our commencement?
Great question. I will have to follow up on the latest updates on that. And I don't want to suggest an omission if they have, in fact, acknowledged plans on that. But I will certainly follow up to see what the plans are to acknowledge those students who have graduated and weren't able to experience that from last spring semester.
Thank you. I'm keen to see that.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Gu and Mr. Parker.
Hi, well, thank you again. I will try to save the time and not try to repeat the questions that other council members have already mentioned. But I think that we are in the 10th, 11th months of this pandemic. And conceptually, we have gained a lot about what works and what doesn't work. So I think there is consensus among all of us conceptually of what needs to be done. But I think, like they said, like all the whether or not that plan actually work, it all depends on the details of what actually that you're going to do. So I think that there are lots of questions in the community. I think they're all related to the details of the UNC's plan. So I think that for the testing capacity, what kind of testing capacity does the university have? How many samples that you can test every day or every week?
Great question. I don't want to suggest that I have the exact details on those, and so I'm hesitant to mention a number and not have accuracy there. I do know that based on the information that has been shared, there would be the capacity to support the multiple testing per week for our students and our faculty and staff who would in the combination be required and or have the opportunity to take advantage of that testing. But I can certainly follow up on what the specific capacity is for processing those tests.
So what kind of student population that you are referring to? You talk about 3,500 students on campus. So how many students are going to be off campus you're expecting?
I don't have a sense of how many students are in the community. We know they're here, but with our student population, I continue to draw the distinction because we recognize that there are going to be students who are engaged in remote only learning. And they may not necessarily be in Orange County or some of the immediate surrounding counties, but they may consider themselves local. And so I do want to draw a distinction, understanding that those students would not necessarily have a need to access both the campus or the local community. And so obviously for that population, there would be a different consideration as to what the expectations and requirements would be for them. But again, a focus on those that are going to be in the local area.
Yeah, but when you're working on a plan, like a testing plan, you need to plan for the capacity, like what kind of needs there are from your students, from faculty, from staff, and then you need to think about what kind of testing capacity that you need to put together. So I think that information will be the key. Whatever that you're saying that you're going to do, let's say there are, 10,000 students or 20,000 students, I mean, the scenario will be totally different. And what kind of testing, like how frequent that you're going to do the testing? Are you going to test all the students, or are you going to take the random samples using those epidemiology methodology to do surveillance and do the random samples to have an understanding of how widespread that pandemic is? I think all of them depends on your understanding or your estimation or your expectation of how many students population that you're expecting. So, I mean, I'm hoping that you know that number, and I certainly hope that the UNC team has that number, and I'm hoping that that number can be shared with the council, so we know that actually you have a well thought out plan, because it's not just an idea. We're going to test all the students. We do want to see that we do want to see that you have a plan in place that will actually properly implement that. So that's the testing capacity, and what kind of testing surveillance plan that you have in place, because it depends on the capacity, whether or not you can do 100% or multiple times of 100% versus like a random sample of certain percentage of the student population will be, the scenario will be totally different. So I think the council needs to know more details of that. And then the tracing, the same question applies to the tracing. And you said that you have some collaborations with Orange County and UNC Hospital to implement that tracing strategy. So again, what's the tracing capacity do you have? How many tracers do you have at this time, or you're planning to recruit?
Great question. And again, that's something that I will have to follow up on the exact number, but I am making a note that we would like to provide to you all more details on what the testing and tracing capacity is to the council. And I certainly will follow up to bring that information back.
I think the same question applied to the quarantine capacity. How many students, like how many? I understand that the university planning to greatly significantly, like 5 times of what I read from some reports to say it's going to be 5 times of what is planned for in the fall semester. So, and it's going to be distributed that at different dorms. So all of these informations with the details about how that is going to work, because apparently that capacity will determine what kind of outbreak that we can manage. Because again, we are not expecting 0 cases because that's not realistic. The question is how we're going to manage that. And then we need to see the details of the plan in order to make the judgment what we are expecting or whether or not we can manage the situation properly. So if you can share those key information with us, that would be greatly appreciated. Thanks.
Duly noted. We'll certainly capture that information and provide that.
Mr. Parker?
So I'll just be real quick. Being the eternal optimist that everybody knows that I am, I just wanted to ask what plans, if any, you were making to perform vaccinations since it looks like there's a realistic possibility that the vaccine for COVID will be available in the spring. So have you started planning for vaccinations for the campus and the university community?
I do know that those discussions are taking place. And then, based on some of the anticipated timeline of when vaccines would become available for our campus community, what that plan would look like for vaccination, all of that I suspect is in preliminary discussion right now. So I can certainly follow up on where we are with the vaccination plan as well.
Thank you.
But that certainly is top of mind because that's also going to be key for some resumption to an extent possible of normalcy, post spring semester, summer, fall 2021, all dependent upon, again, when those vaccines become available.
Thank you, Mr. Jeter, for coming to speak with us. And I know you'll get back to us with other information. And just to assure council members and community, we're in pretty good communications regularly on all these things. Ms. Drayton, did you have anything to share with us this evening? Or I know we have somebody from the public signed up to speak.
No, ma'am. The only thing I will add about our vaccination planning is we are engaged in those conversations. We do know that will be a multi-tiered approach between the state working with third-party contractors to address high vulnerability populations, the university, as well as the hospital system, and then Orange County as well. So we look forward to bringing more details to the council in our Friday memos.
Great, thank you. All right, Mr. Parker, we have something. Mr. Jeter, if you'll stay with us in case this is a question that's directed at you. Not sure we have somebody from the public.
I don't have anybody signed up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought I saw somebody on the list earlier. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item? Okay. Well, we appreciate you coming, and we know you'll get back with us with the information. It's important to keep in good communication with each other as we plan together, and best of luck with exam season and sending students back for the winter break.
Thank you, Mayor, and appreciate again the opportunity to join you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Next up, we have Charting Our Future, the resumption of the public hearing for the adoption of the future land use map update to Chapel Hill 2020. Ms. Duffy Rogers.
Good evening. Let's see if I can get my presentation up. Are you seeing the presentation or the speaker?
Yes, we are.
Wonderful.
You're in presenter view.
Yeah, we're seeing speaker notes.
Okay, thank you.
We could read along with you.
Make it go faster.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. I am Elisa Duffy Rogers, the LUMO project manager. Tonight is the continuation of the public hearing for adoption of the future land use map update to Chapel Hill 2020. Staff's recommendation is that the council resume the public hearing, receive additional public comment, close the public hearing, and allow written public comment for 24 hours following the closing of the public hearing at the email address shown on the screen, as well as provide any additional input on the future land use map. The future land use map includes a document explaining the future land use map and its components, the guiding statements which form the policy foundation for both the future land use map and the overhaul of the land use management ordinance, the map book, which includes the resiliency assessment maps, the townwide future land use map for those areas of town outside of the focus areas, and the focus area maps with the focus area principles. The future land use map will be an update to Chapel Hill 2020. The future land use map 2050 and the focus area maps replace the land use plan in Chapel Hill 2020, and all other aspects of Chapel Hill 2020 remain, including any subsequent amendments. When the public hearing opened on October 28th, comments were received from both UNC Health and UNC Chapel Hill, and council asked that staff review those comments and provide a recommendation this evening. UNC Health has asked that hospitals be included in the definition of the commercial office land use category. They have also asked for a change to the definition of the commercial office character type, which defines future land uses only in the focus areas. Because the future land use map includes the land use categories only for those areas outside of the focus areas, there are few parcels designated commercial office on the future land use map 2050. These are generally smaller pockets of commercial office uses. They include the former Strata Solar site at the south end of town. They include the Pig, which is located at the corner of Weaver Dairy and Sunrise Roads, the Duke Medical Facility in Meadowmont, as well as other parcels in Meadowmont, and two office sites, one adjacent to the North 15501 focus area, and the other adjacent to the North MLK focus area. As I said, UNC Health is asking to include hospitals in the definition of the commercial office land use category. This description currently includes medical and health services, but not hospitals. Given the small scattered natures of these sites currently designated with the commercial office land use category, staff generally does not advise this change. UNC Health has also requested changes to the commercial office character type. These revisions include deleting the reference to less intense laboratory facilities and maker spaces and including research facilities. Staff concurs with these proposed changes. UNC Chapel Hill has also asked for several changes. The first is that all UNC properties are labeled, and those are labeled on the future land use map 2050, which is the townwide map for those areas of town outside of the focus areas. On the focus area maps, UNC parcels are not labeled because no specific parcels are shown on the focus area maps. UNC has also asked for changes to the university land use category, which can be accommodated if the council concurs. They have also requested a university character type and inclusion in the character and type height matrix. The existing character types are flexible and broad enough to accommodating existing and proposed university uses, but a slight change to the institutional civic character type may be made if council concurs. UNC has requested these changes to the university land use category, and staff has no concerns with these changes. As I said, the existing character types should be broad enough to accommodate existing and proposed university uses. To address the university's request, the council could create the requested university character type or revise the institutional civic character type to further emphasize the university as shown on the slide. The path for flume adoption includes the public hearing this evening with consideration for adoption planned for at this time on December 9th. Again, staff's recommendation is that the council resume the public hearing, receive additional public comment, close the public hearing, and allow for written public comment for 24 hours following the closing of the public hearing at the email address shown on the screen, as well as provide any additional input on the future land use map. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there clarifying questions from council before we hear from the public? Okay, Ms. Anderson.
I just had a quick question, Elisa. Can you remind me when and how the downtown design discussion can happen, and how is it being reflected in the wording, and can it encompass the interest in the design district from the CDC?
Yes, ma'am. So last January, we talked about changing the charter for the project to include an interim phase that would include some pretty intense design considerations for 4 of the 6 focus areas. And so while y'all did not decide which focus areas would be included, I would assume that downtown would be one of those, and that would be part of our next phase of the project. Currently within the document, it does talk about that there will be additional considerations for additional focus areas in the next phase of the project, as well as the resolution that hopefully will be before you on December 9th, talks about those additional discussions happening in the next phase of the project.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Parker is going to be calling in 2 of our speakers at a time. A friendly reminder, we're happy to have you here. It takes a little while to transition folks in and out, so please be patient, and then we'll ask you to stay within your 3-minute limit. And there's also time to give additional written comments if you wish to do so during or after the meeting. Here we go, Mr. Parker.
So we have Kimberly Brewer followed by Claire Horn.
Welcome, Kimberly.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Kimberly Brewer. I've lived in the Purefoy neighborhood and the proposed Southern Columbia Gateway area for 35 years. I wanted to just talk about what we have right now in this proposed gateway area. The town's iconic Merritt's Grill, one of the town's most famous destination places, a rich diversity of existing affordable housing, a density of apartments, townhomes, and single-family homes that already supports transit, parkland that includes Merritt's Pasture and Jones Park, an entranceway that has some character and history of the town. Unfortunately, we also have a failing and dangerous intersection at Purefoy and Columbia Street. And we're beginning to see the demolition of affordable homes and apartments on Purefoy for luxury student housing. If you designate this as a land use focus area, you'll be saying we want to encourage and spur redevelopment of the area. And the proposed land use, the vision for the gateway would replace Merritt's Grill with a 6-story building, have a monoculture mixed-use development lining both sides of South Columbia Street, increase tax valuation and taxes for existing owners, and accelerate the loss of existing affordable housing, worsen traffic and pedestrian safety issues at the Purefoy Columbia Street intersection, and add no appreciable bus ridership or economic development to the town. I recommend removing this as a focus area so as to not encourage redevelopment that provides no real gain and only generates loss for the town and neighborhoods. We need a land use map and ordinance for this area that encourages preservations of Merritt's Grill, our diverse affordable housing, and that's in harmony with this historic entranceway. Thank you for your consideration of these comments.
Thank you. Claire Horn followed by Anna Wu. Please unmute yourself, Ms. Horn.
Ms. Horn, you're muted. Sorry.
Of course. Hi, I'm Claire Horn, and I live in the Westwood neighborhood just north of the South Columbia Gateway. For 20 years, the property owners of the site directly across from Merritt's Grill have proposed an ill-fitting and outsized development, never scaling down, but only increasing the footprint for development at this site. What's disheartening and unexpected as regarding the South Columbia Gateway is that the town is now a willing partner in this scheme, with the focus zone literally paving the way to not just one, but multiple outsized and ill-fitting buildings at a failing intersection. In the town's Charting Our Future document on Chapel Hill land use, the description of the focus use areas says that principles of each area are tailored to the unique circumstance of the area. 6-story buildings are not tailored to our area. You also say that you seek to provide appropriate transitions between land uses and buildings of different scales. Again, a 6-story building in a neighborhood of small houses seems in direct opposition to that goal. I support the town's goals of maximizing infrastructure and transit investments, but it's not clear that the scale of development at the proposed level of this area is required to achieve that goal. Can the town show data that clearly prove the case for numerous 6-story buildings at the Southern Gateway being of greater benefit to the function and livability of the town than, say, 2 to 3-story buildings? Won't a series of 6-story buildings generate greatly increased traffic at a difficult intersection? Years ago, neighbors worked to get the university to agree to a smaller scale development at edges of campus that exist alongside neighborhoods, and the town was our partner in this effort. It's surprising and disappointing to see the town neglect these considerations in their land use planning. I support my neighbor Kimberly Brewer's request to remove this focus area, and I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Okay. Anna Wu followed by, and I apologize if I mangle this, Anna Wu followed by Aris Benasibius.
Good evening.
I'm sure I mangled that rather badly. But.
Welcome, Anna.
Good evening, Mayor Heminger and members of Town Council. We're grateful and appreciate the opportunities to discuss the future land use map, both with town staff and individual council members this past week and for many weeks prior. We know how much work has been put into engagement around the process, even while facing the unprecedented challenges of a virtual environment. Because this work is so important and the flume is the foundation for the rewrite of the land use management ordinance, it's critical to ensure that all issues are resolved for this process. We're respectfully requesting that the council consider extending the public hearing until the December 9th meeting and take up a final flume document in early January. We've had some great conversations with staff, and we need just a little more time to continue our conversation to try to reach resolution. Working out these nuances positions us, both the town and the university, better for when the LUMA rewrite begins. As a higher education institution, a diversity of activities go on in our buildings. We both house and teach students, we conduct research, and the use in our buildings changes sometimes from one to another. Staff has responded to our questions with respect to land use, but we think that with additional time, we can work to clarify both the commercial office and institutional civic character types to accommodate the diversity and complexity of our land use. Again, we believe working to find this resolution is consistent with your desire to cooperate and collaborate with all of the town's regional partners, as noted in the guiding statement of the draft future land use plan. Thank you for your time this evening and for your consideration to extend the public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll allow me, if I can just call you Sir Aris, rather than mangle your name twice, and then followed by Simon George.
Hi, my name is Aris Buenavichus, and I've lived in the Westwood neighborhood for over 20 years. My gosh. In this time, this neighborhood saw the successful addition of bike lanes and a reasonable expansion of South Columbia. This project was only done after years, no, decades of neighborhood lobbying and activism, trying to navigate huge pressure from UNC and the NCDOT, who both expressed, pardon me, little concern for neighborhood livability. In that effort, we felt like the town was an ally and held the interests of this historical neighborhood already facing rush hour traffic challenges. Now, in the matter of the proposed gateway zone near Merritt's Grill, I feel that the town is not listening to the needs of the neighbors and has effectively ignored concerns about the scope of development in this area going back as far as 2018. The scope of the development projects on East 54, on Rosemary Street, and near Eastgate with their canyon-like structures aren't what a challenged neighborhood intersection need to help anything. So I urge that the town of Chapel Hill not allow this proposal to move forward in the current scale and instead figure out a footprint that is appropriate for the historical nature and traffic needs of these neighborhoods. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Simon George, followed by Nancy Oates.
Good evening, Simon George, Assistant Vice President for Real Estate Development for UNC Health. So good evening, Mayor and Council members. I want to begin by thanking you and staff for all the time, effort, and hard work that's been put into the proposed future land use map over the past 2 years. Over the past several weeks, we've spoken with many of you and staff about the flume and our suggested changes. We are grateful that many of these changes have been accepted or modified, and we're very close to finalizing a document that aligns with the goals and priorities of the three partners outlined in your guiding principles, being the town, university, and the healthcare system. There are two requests UNC Health would like to make today. First, we're asking the council and staff to include the word hospital in the commercial office land use category. We have no plans to build another large-scale medical center in other areas of Chapel Hill. We are, however, seeking the flexibility to build smaller support-style hospitals to serve the community as needed. These facilities could take on a variety of sizes and purposes, such as specific use hospitals, i.e. long-term care, rehabilitation, or even micro-hospitals, typically small in a neighborhood setting with 8 to 10 beds. We would prefer not to include specific qualifying adjectives such as micro in the flume, as definitions may change over time and the lifespan of the flume is expected to be long. We are, however, okay with the use of words such as support, as whatever hospital facilities built in Chapel Hill would provide support for the main medical facility and the surrounding community. So we would ask, if you don't consider putting hospital in the commercial office land use category, you do consider support hospital or supporting hospital. We had shared this and had some correspondence with town staff using around support hospital and supporting hospital, and we believe that that would have been included in this evening's presentation. However, that did not materialize. Second, both the university and UNC Health are requesting an extension of the public hearing to your December meeting. This extension will give all three partners the opportunity to cooperate and collaborate to create a flexible and broad character type that supports the complexity of the university's land use. None of us want to extend this process beyond the December meeting. We all look forward to the flume being approved so we can move on to next steps. We hope you will thoughtfully consider these requests in your discussion and vote tonight. We look forward to continuing our partnership with you as the town, university, and healthcare system continue to evolve to serve the needs of our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Oates is the last individual who has signed up, and I do not see any raised hands or anything as of yet. Nancy?
Thank you. I'm Nancy Oates, and as a former council member, I've been involved in giving feedback on this plan from its inception. And I want to thank all of the people in the community who've given so much time and energy and thought into making this better. The plan still has a couple of areas that it needs work on. One of them is, as you look through the plan as it's presented, there is no place for essential workers to live. All of the affordable housing neighborhoods and workforce neighborhoods have been erased and replaced with luxury apartments. And you might say, well, we need more people in town who have the kind of discretionary income to go out and eat out and buy things and pay taxes on very expensive housing. But if we lose our essential workers, our service industry workers, the people who work at UNC campus and UNC hospital, municipal employees, teachers, we can't be competitive as a town. And the other area is the topography and the carrying capacity of land. When I was on council, I asked staff if they would go through and do an assessment on the high density areas, just to make sure that the land there could handle that sort of development. And looking through all the maps, it seems that that hasn't been done, because I've seen a lot of areas where high density development is put in places where in the RCD, in steep slopes, in areas where there are traffic problems that the town can't mitigate because we don't have the authority to do that. So one of the problem areas is the land along the edge, the north edge of Carolina North Forest on Homestead Road. And that has over the course of several years been designated as low density and medium density. Last year, council did designate one parcel as high density. It can't be built as high density. We've had developer after developer after developer go in, look at it, and pull out. So I'm asking that you will put that whole area back into lower medium density development. So my final two pieces of feedback are to make room for essential workers and to look at the high density development and make sure that it realistically can be built on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have at least two additional folks. We have Julie McClintock, followed by Rushi Avora.
My media. Oh, hello.
We can hear you. Welcome.
Very good. So I wanted to show you a map, and Amy Harvey said that I could bring it into you. I'm not sure how to do that. Let's see. Can you share your? Yeah. I'll start my video because you'll need the video. Okay, good. And then how do I share the screen, Amy? Do I just?
So down on the bottom toolbar, there's a green share your screen.
All right. Oh.
You're sharing a whiteboard.
Right. I want to get rid of that. Okay.
You should be able to select the.
Can you see what's there now? The Dear Mayor and Town Council there?
No, you stopped sharing screen. So you need to go back to share screen.
Right. Share screen. Share. Then
Right.
what?
Then you have to choose the screen you want to share from your computer.
All right, this one.
We're just seeing a whiteboard.
I got rid of the whiteboard. I don't know.
Okay, let me give it a try.
Thank you. I did send it to Amy in advance just in case. So while she's getting that up, let me just say a few brief things. Great, super. So I'm requesting that you make a few modifications to this map. It's on page 5 of the land use. It's called Focus Area Map. And if you look at it, you see that it doesn't have town boundaries and it doesn't have the water and sewer boundaries or the urban services area. And I just think it's a little confusing to call it a focus area map and then have these boundaries. So I talked to Alyssa about it already. The Southern Alliance has written you a letter suggesting that that change be made as well. So I'm going to stop sharing the screen for a minute. Thank you. And say one other thing, and that is that I strongly endorse the comments of Nancy Oates, who just talked to you, as well as Kimberly Brewer, who's a longtime resident of the neighborhood near the southern gateway to Chapel Hill. I really think that if these building heights aren't reduced, the southern entranceway to Chapel Hill, as we've always had it, we we will lose a distinctive historic area, and we'll lose the college town ambience this area deserves. Way back, the South Columbia Street was widened. DOT wanted to come in and do a 4-lane road plus turning lanes. It would have changed the whole area, and no longer would you be entering a college town. And council hung in there and they got their way. And so what we've got is basically a 2-lane road, but with bike lanes. It's a complete street, basically. And that was worth doing. So I think we need to pay great attention to what we're putting on the edges of our town. And I would request that you remove this focus area and instead initiate an entryway plan that values the history of this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Rushir Vora, please.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Thanks for accepting my call. And I know a few of you from OWASA days, but I'm actually contacting you regarding the land use map thing. And I mean, I understand what's going on here in terms of, you're trying to build a better Chapel Hill, and that makes sense. And I understand we need to get more density because more people want to live, and we want to have more people live and work in the same town. And that part makes sense. But to me, my issue with what's going on with this gateway area is that we're taking away what's required under our design guidelines with environmental considerations, such as building too close to a stream, building on a steep slope. I own a property that's a couple acres in this neighborhood, and I've always been told you can't build anything on this property because it's too steep of a slope and it's on a stream. I'm not a developer, so I don't know how it would be acceptable if I was, but to me, it seems like if we have these guidelines and we're telling people you can't do this, can't do that, it's got to be the same everywhere. So that to me struck me as quite odd that anything could be built there. I walk through this area like at least weekly with my dog, and it's very hard to walk in that area without hiking boots, and you're looking at a slope like this. So it doesn't seem possible to meet the slope requirements. Anyway, so that was one thing. The other thing is the traffic, as other people have mentioned. It's a very tight area. And I know this topic is coming up later in the agenda, but I think this goes to any of the areas that you have. If you have certain considerations in your requirements for development, you've got to be consistent throughout. To me, it seems to me that we're making exceptions to the rule. That's what it just seems like to me. I don't really know all the ins and outs of this, but it seems like that's what's going on here. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a couple of comments in the chat. Did you want to read those, Mayor, or ask those folks if they would like to speak?
You're welcome to read them out.
Okay. The first is from Carrie Moskovitz. I will just read it. As a longtime Chapel Hill resident, I want to express my concern to the council not respecting our RCDs, which are explicitly designed to protect water quality, ecology, and wildlife habitat of our town. I strongly believe that the council should adhere to existing RCDs, allowing exceptions only under truly exceptional situations, not for normal development. The future land use map should adhere to these principles. And then we have another comment from Jennifer Strauss. Good evening. My husband and I did not register to speak this evening, but we are also here and engaged as members of the Westwood neighborhood for over 25 years and share our neighbors' concerns about the scale of the proposed building project on South Columbia. We appreciate your thoughtful consideration of these strong concerns.
All right.
And that appears to be
Okay, we'll
everything and everyone.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to council now for council comments. Ms. Ryan.
So I would first like to thank staff and Ms. Duffy Rogers for the amazing amount of work, community engagement that she has done on this project, and listening to all the different input and making it coherent, I know has not been a simple task. So I'd like to thank her for that. I'm supportive of the staff suggestions on the flume changes as they relate to UNC. I think that most of them have been accommodated. I don't think I'm personally comfortable with having hospital as a part of, as a land use in a commercial office, which is a smaller scale designation. So I certainly, if UNC wants to come forward, it wouldn't prevent them from coming forward with a proposal for a hospital, if that, a small one, if that ever was in their interest to do so. So this wouldn't prevent them from doing it, but I don't see doing it proactively as being in the town's interests. I would like to move ahead so we can get on with phase 2. This process has taken a very long time, and I'm glad that we're being deliberate, but I think at a certain point we just need to move ahead. And speaking to the residents who talked about getting rid of the South Columbia as a focus area, I've been having this discussion and expressing my reservations about this for a long time, first on the Planning Commission and then in other meetings. This South Columbia focus area is a handful of parcels. It is never going to develop into a small downtown. It is never going to be an urban place. It's going to be a little pocket that sits between a residential area that buffers the university hospitals and between a highway interchange. It just is constrained in those ways. So I would be fine as removing this from a focus area. That does not constrain anybody from developing here, but I think that the residents are correct when they say we don't need to sort of throw open the doors and say we want big development here. I don't think it's appropriate. So I would recommend removing that from the flume. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Yeah, so first of all, again, let me echo Ms. Ryan's comments and thank Ms. Duffy Rogers for just work of great quality and way over and beyond the call. So thank you for that. And as I have a bad habit of doing, I'll put Elisa on the spot one more time. And so we've heard UNC, ask for more time till December 9th to, I guess, work with you to resolve their concerns or issues. 2 questions. One, do you see that as time that can be productively spent? Do you see further work changing, what you've shared with us this evening? Do you see that as a useful endeavor? And 2, were we to extend it by, a couple of, basically final approval into January, what impact does that have on schedule, if any? But the real question, though, is if we were to extend the time by a couple of weeks or whatever, is that going to be time productively spent?
I think any time that we spend working with our stakeholders is productive. So yes, certainly we can work with them between now and December 9th. So if the public hearing is continued until then, that would move adoption until your regular meeting on January the 13th. In terms of our schedule, it will constrain when we start thinking about putting out our RFP by a couple of weeks. But at this point, a couple of weeks is probably not too detrimental to the schedule.
Can I ask just a process question here? If we didn't continue the public hearing, it wouldn't prohibit you, though, from working with UNC and bringing back a final document that was agreed upon, would it?
So I certainly can continue to work with them, but I would defer to our town attorney in terms of whether or not she feels comfortable that if with closing the public hearing this evening and then having any additional discussion on December 9th. But certainly we could make those changes and have a revised document to you by then. So
I mean,
hear me?
Yeah, staff's allowed to work with and make changes to anything we've done between the 2 weeks. Just we can't take public comment. Is that correct?
That's right. Oh, yes, she can continue to work on it. I think it's just a matter of how extensive the changes become as to whether there needs to be additional public hearing. It sounds like those are not extensive changes that are being contemplated. Is that, if I understand it correctly, but I'll defer to Lisa on that question.
If we're making minor changes to the definitions of land use categories or character types, I would definitely classify those as minor. The creation of a new character type would be more major.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Michael, were you finished?
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Anderson?
I will absolutely echo the thanks to Elisa. This has been Herculean task. I think that I don't need to continue this longer, mostly because I think the minor changes would be okay. I agree. I don't think that hospital should be added to the definition. It doesn't preclude a hospital, but I don't know that we want to put that given the specificity of the areas. I do also agree that I think that southern area, the Merritt's area, I thought we originally had that as kind of the Southern Village Park and Ride area, which I guess made a little more sense to me. This I don't see as a place that it can accommodate a huge amount of kind of concentrated development. I'm sure things will happen and change there, which is good, but I would support as well taking it off. But I would hope that we can just move along and close the public hearing, add any minor definitions, and then vote on the 9th, mostly because I just think this has been, I think I would just like us to keep moving. But I am very appreciative of the work, and I'm appreciative of continuing to work with our partners. And I think as long as we can do that in those minor ways up until the 9th, I think hopefully that should, be enough.
Mr. Wynn, then Ms. Stegman, then Mr. Boynton.
Yeah, I think I'm also in favor of, if we truly are really close on those, minor changes, then having something come before us on the 9th and just continuing on the current timeline with the expectation that you will, continue to work with UNC and UNC Health to get those changes implemented by then.
What about the focus area? I'm going to ask you all to answer that too, so we just sort of see where we are.
Yeah. This seems like a large change to me to be making so late in the process, removing a whole focus area. Lisa, could you, I guess, help me better understand how big of a change that would be?
It's a fairly significant change, but if you make that decision this evening, and then I think you'll be fine in terms of our issue of taking public comment, in terms of closing the public hearing. But you would not be able to, for example, to make that decision on December 9th and then adopt.
Yeah.
So,
I agree with that assessment. I agree with that.
Okay. So I guess my stance is I'm not super comfortable making that large change since we have been doing this for so many years at this point where we wouldn't be receiving, I guess, broader community input on that. If I'm understanding what you just told me correctly, I could just, is that?
I'm saying if I've injected confusion into that, I'm sorry. What I meant was if you're going to make that decision, I would encourage you to do it within the context of the public hearing rather than after it's closed. The decision to cut a focus area.
Yeah. So, okay. Sorry if I'm making this harder than it has to be. So you're saying if we do decide to cut it, this is something you're recommending that we should extend the public hearing to the 9th.
No, we have to make the decision tonight.
Correct.
And if I understand,
motion to take that piece out, we wouldn't be approving or disapproving the whole flume. We could make a motion to take that piece out tonight if we so chose.
Yes, ma'am. And I would clarify that we're talking about just that circle that's at the bypass and Columbia, that the southern portion of that focus area, which is essentially the entrance of Southern Village and the park and ride, would be retained, if I'm understanding everyone correctly.
Okay. Ms. Stegman?
Let's see. So first, in terms of UNC and UNC healthcare, I'm also supportive of having staff continue to work with the goal of getting that final before our next meeting. And I'm supportive of the language changes that we've seen so far. And I would not be supportive of creating a new character type at this point. But working on some of the nuance around the descriptions, I think, to try and meet UNC's and UNC Healthcare's interests, I think is worth the time to do. Acknowledging just, they do have some different types of buildings and development than a town does. So I think that makes sense. In terms of the hospital, if we could have a modifier to it, I'd be fine with the inclusion. There isn't a place to put a whole new big hospital. We don't have space left for it, but I understand why we wouldn't want to just put hospital in there. So if there's a way to, whether it's support or minor or, maybe that's another thing you guys can talk about what that language exactly would be. But, UNC Healthcare is an important partner in our town. So if we can make that work, I would be fine with it. I guess along those same lines, this is the first I've heard of the idea of removing that part of the focus area from the flames. So I'm just not comfortable because I haven't even had a chance to think about it. So if I have to decide right now, I'm going to say no, because it's just very last minute. And first I'm hearing about it. So I would not be supportive of that tonight.
Your points?
Yeah, so with respect to UNC's and UNC Health's requested changes, I fully support, what staff has recommended in terms of the changes. Not supportive of including hospitals because that's a significant kind of facility, and unless that term is modified to be a bit more specific, I'm not sure it makes sense to include it in there. But and then with respect to the university character type, I'm also not supportive of generating that, because I suspect that would take a lot of time, and I also want to move this flume along in a timely manner. With respect to the focus area, so I'm just trying to get my head around things, because for the past couple of years that the flume has been worked on, we've talked about, we've included this area as a focus area, and it is it's always good, and it's always encouraged to get public feedback, especially from folks who live in that area, and I appreciate what the neighbors and residents there have had to say. I just want to get, I would want to get my head around, what particular parcels there are that could be or would be up for the kind of redevelopment that folks fear. I realize we got to make a decision tonight, really, and given that I don't have enough of that information, and given that we have been working with this as a focus area for quite some time, and I hadn't heard pushback, I'm really hesitant to remove it. But all that to say is, bit of a tough call for me, but I would err on the side of the work that's been done over the past couple of years, and I respect the people that have come out to speak on it. I just don't know enough about the fears that folks have about big buildings sprouting up in that area. That's not what I'm anticipating, but that's how I'm feeling right now.
Okay. Ms. Gu, did you have a comment to make on this one?
Yeah, well, I agree with the comments from my other council colleagues. I think that at this time, well, especially after more than 2 years of deliberation of Flume, I think that we have reached this stage. I think after significant amount of outreach, I think we should go ahead to approve what we have in place at this time. For other changes, well, because Flume is not the final document, it is a living document that can be revised in the future. And also in the future land use map, we can add more specifics there. And I just feel like we need to move forward, especially after this long time of deliberation. So I agree with my other council colleagues that I think we have done significant amount of revisions and the public outreach. I think we should move forward as with the document that we have now.
Thank you. It's my turn, sorry. Elisa, I want to echo everyone saying how hard you've worked and how long this has taken, and you've done a great job in putting this together. And we've pivoted several times from where we started off to what we changed, and you've been very accommodating and worked with us to find a better path. I would agree with what I'm hearing from my colleagues, that they'd like to move forward, allowing you to work, continue to work with stakeholders on some minor revisions. I think you're hearing that we're not as interested in the bigger revisions on that being said. Can you tell us what kind of how many parcels there might be in this small focus area? I know the area well, but I have no idea how many parcels you're talking about.
It's really not that many. And interestingly enough, for example, the parking lot that's across the street from Merritt's today is zoned neighborhood commercial, which does have a height limit that's fairly significant. The parcels that are south, so the other side of the street would be Merritt Store South. Merritt Store is zoned neighborhood commercial. The parcels south of it are currently zoned R4. So it does have some significant zoning as we stand today. But it is really only about 2 or 3 parcels on either side of Columbia Street.
Okay. So I'm going to echo a few of the comments just to reaffirm, as Ms. Goose said, this is a living document. It can ebb and flow. So leaving it as a focus area or taking it off, anything could actually really change in there. I know this community in that section of town has been under a lot of duress. When I first came onto council, there was a huge BRT trying to figure out what's going on with the road and the expansion there and the density and the traffic. And I know we have another project on our docket this evening as well. So I hear their concerns, and I would be happy leaving it off personally now because it could come back later, because it's such a small area to have, to put that kind of intensity right there. It is one of our gateways. I hear that loud and clear too. And it has some significant challenges with topography and RCD and steep slopes and things like that. So anyway, it's been a good process. All right, Ms. Anderson.
I'd like to move that we close the public hearing and take out that small area for now, knowing that we could, I guess, add it back in. It's probably easier to add it back in than to take it away. But I would like to move that we remove that small area by Merritt's.
Ms.
Second.
Ryan,
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Anderson, second by Ms. Ryan. Any other comments that haven't been shared? Okay, I'll take a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Parker?
Nay.
Councilmember Anderson,
Aye.
Councilmember Boyncy,
Nay.
Councilmember Gu,
Nay.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Nay.
Councilmember Ryan,
Aye.
Councilmember Stegman.
Nay.
Mayor says aye, so it's a hung vote. So, or sorry, it's a negative. Ask. We want to try again. Do you want to try again for a different motion?
Yeah, maybe I'd like to maybe see if there's, just to sort of piggyback on something Ms. Anderson said a while back, you know, that we're going to have a phase 2 where we're going to look at intensively at a few selected areas.
Okay.
And so what I would propose is that we move forward with the, you know, closing the hearing with the flume as it is, but with the directive to the staff that in phase 2, they take a closer look at this area and make sure that whatever, you know, whatever is done there, you know, addresses stakeholder concerns and, you know, make sure that it's done appropriately rather than making, because I also am just uncomfortable, you know, making that kind of a change on such short notice, but I think it's worthy of taking a deep look at. And so if we could do that in phase 2, I would moving, you know, closing the hearing, moving the flume forward with a specific request that this area be studied in phase 2.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Parker, second by Mr. Nguyen. All right, we'll try this again. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson.
Nay.
Councilmember Boyncy.
Aye.
Councilmember Gu.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Aye.
Councilmember Ryan.
Nay.
Councilmember Stegman.
Aye.
And the mayor will say aye to move this one along. So the motion passes 6-2. Can't get the math right here. Sorry. There we go. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Elisa. And we look forward to you continuing to have some conversations with our stakeholders for minor changes if necessary for our meeting on December 9th.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Thank you all. That moves us to item number 7, the Blue Hill Semi-Annual Report. Is that right?
All right.
Mr.
Good
Lyles.
evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Corey Lyles with the Planning Department. I have a presentation that should take about 10 minutes. And are y'all seeing full screen or with?
We are seeing full screen.
Full screen. Okay, great. So this is the fall 2020 Blue Hill District Report. We do this twice a year to update on things going on in the Blue Hill District, northeast part of Chapel Hill. And our recommendation is just that you receive the report, ask any questions, provide input on the presentation. As a reminder of the area we've referred to as Blue Hill, generally clustered around where Franklin Street and Fordham Boulevard intersect in northeast Chapel Hill, with a series of shopping centers and other development that the town chose to encourage reinvestment in 2014. What we'll do with this report is go through some recent activity, construction in the district, look at some metrics on what that means for performance, and talk about a few things that are ahead of us. So recent activity. This slide highlights a few projects that the town has led and giving the status of those. Hopefully much of it's familiar, but we have the Booker Creek Basin Park, formerly known as the Elliott Road Flood Storage Project, which is under construction off of Elliott Road near Fordham Boulevard, which will improve and reduce flooding on Booker Creek while also delivering some recreational amenities. Just nearby, we have the Elliott Road Extension Project. The town has selected a contractor, and I believe they are doing some pre-construction meetings. So we expect to see construction get underway very soon on that extension of Elliott Road from Fordham to Ephesus Church Road. You also probably remember that early this year, we did a code update involving some new building massing standards, building dimensions, and standards for some connections that happen between buildings. as part of just maintenance and improvement of our form-based code. On the private development side, this map highlights and color codes some projects going on. So projects in the earlier stages of construction include the True Hotel, which is next to the Quality Inn, and Park Apartments Phase 1 in the southeastern part of the district. Projects that are at or near completion, we're doing some sort of phase COs, so we're starting to see lease up and occupancy, but also some finishing touches of construction. Trilogy Apartments, formerly known as Hillstone, which is just north of Rams Plaza. And then the Elliott Apartments, formerly known as Fordham Boulevard Apartments, where Elliott and Fordham intersect. And then projects under review. We continue to have review going on for the University Inn site at the corner of Ephesus Church and Fordham Boulevard, a potential redevelopment of the old inn. Sharing a few images just to characterize what we're seeing in the district. This is the two buildings at Trilogy. The one on the left is the one closer to Legion Road, which is complete. And you see the streetscape elements there. I wanted to highlight just the way we not only have new housing options, but also new public amenities, public streetscape here on our new street, Novus Lane. On the right, that's the second building out closer to Fordham Boulevard. It's even come along since this picture was taken and is close to finish. These are two images of the Elliott. One is looking at the pass-through that connects Fordham Boulevard through the building to the Booker Creek Basin Park. That's on the left there. And then on the right is the streetscape along Fordham Boulevard. That's a multi-use path that connects to the current end of Booker Creek Greenway, allowing pedestrian and bicycle activity on Fordham Boulevard. We also take the opportunity to highlight where some existing buildings may be renovating or expanding. One thing we've seen recently over the summer, some facade renovations for the Sheraton Hotel were approved by the Community Design Commission. Sheraton's up at Europa Drive in Fordham, and they'll be doing some renovation coming up. So looking at our district performance next. We track development in terms of unit and square footage. The numbers you actually see in the boxes on the left have not changed since the last Blue Hill report. That's because we update these numbers when we see plans get approved. And while we currently have, again, the University Inn site under review, nothing new has been approved as new construction. And so those are the same totals we've seen, 1,465 dwelling units and over 85,000 square feet of commercial space. That's a net increase in commercial space for the district. Something we wanted to highlight is tax value, so the total valuation of properties in the district overall. When the district was first created in 2014, all the parcels together summed up to $154 million. Today, that number is now gone beyond $302 million, so it's roughly doubled in the first 6 years of the district's lifespan. Looking just at the projects that we have approved and under construction, and expecting those to come online in the next few years, we could see the valuation grow to around $457 million is our projection. So good performance on the economic side of things. Of course, what that translates to primarily for the town is the property tax revenue, which we track in our debt scorecard. The scorecard in your packet has more years and more detail included. This is just a snapshot that shows where we start with the property tax revenues from completed and under construction projects. We account for the debt service that has been used to finance some improvements in Blue Hill, mainly road construction. You see there that next year that amount of debt service payments will go up. That's to reflect the repayment of Elliott Road extension funding, which we'll be issuing since that's starting construction. So you see that in recent years, and going forward, we'll have revenues exceeding expenditures. This current year, because in the early years of the district, we had some debt service exceeding revenue, we're still catching up a little bit. And this year we'll see the overall revenue for the district start to exceed cumulative debt service payments for the first time. Now, of course, the district delivers other expenditures in form of cost of services, providing police, fire, street maintenance, that sort of thing. We've shared before that that's hard to assign to individual projects and tabulate in the same way we can do property tax. So we do acknowledge that we want that revenue to be enough to also account for the cost of services. A few things coming up. Right after this presentation, we'll be talking more about townhome opportunities in the district. That was a continuation of the massing standards study, where council adopted some massing standards back in February, but wanted to give some further consideration to some thresholds for acquiring commercial space in townhome projects. And as things have shaken out, that is falling right after this presentation. One thing we want to mention that is not a project, but is something potentially staff could look at next, just acknowledging that there are these parcels on the south side of Elliott Road, which are not zoned with the form-based zoning that the rest of the district has, or they are technically in the district. We have not taken any formal steps to move forward on this and are interested in any thoughts council has. Here's an aerial view of that area. When the district was really originally adopted, there was thoughts of using zoning there to incentivize community benefits such as affordable housing. And so we could do a study of how it might be possible to customize zoning standards in that way. So next steps is our upcoming presentation, and then the next Blue Hill update, which will come to you in the spring of 2021. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lyles. Mr. Parker, followed by Ms. Anderson.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a question or a comment, but Corey sort of asked a question about looking at those parcels and, you know, studying them to see if the zoning could be used to incentivize affordable housing. And that was clearly the intent when this district was created in 2014. So my answer would be an enthusiastic yes. I think if we can figure out how to get affordable housing built there, you know, all over that. So I hope that, assuming the staff has the capacity to do it, I know we are very happy to give the staff all sorts of projects to do without bothering to ask if you've got the resources to do them. But assuming you've got the resources, I would give that an enthusiastic yes.
Ms. Anderson?
Yeah, Corey, can you tell us what those parcels are on that kind of edge?
So south of Elliott Road, starting up at Franklin Street, there's a couple of banks, then the Extraordinary Ventures site. I believe there might be daycare, something childcare related in there, but the rest of it is retail and restaurants, going out to Fordham Boulevard. It's a series of small parcels. We've gotten some, heard some interest here and there about possible projects that haven't moved forward so far, but there's some interest.
And so what would it kind of generally look like? I know that you would have to do a lot more work to figure out what the particulars would be, but what would it kind of entail to do some tailored zoning to get community benefits?
Well, one thing that we have now that was not true when the zoning was first created is a lot of the development potential that's available in Blue Hill is actually already structured now as an incentive, and that's related to the changes we made around stormwater, where we said if you meet our enhanced stormwater standard, you can have this level of height and other things being less constrained. And if you go with our what we can require, then you have a lower density. So now with that structure in place, we could think about other things we want to incentivize through the zoning, where there's two different paths available based on what the applicant is providing. We would need to think about what level of community benefit matches the development potential we're offering in terms of keeping a viable project. And we'd want to think about, do we think about different parts of the district strategically for certain benefits rather than asking for everything out of every project. So those would be that's in my mind where we would start with a project.
Yeah. No, that's helpful. And that makes a lot of sense to me. I like that idea.
So I'm going to share a different perspective. I know the area quite well. There's a lot of commercial in the section you just showed already. And if we took it out and replaced it with housing, even affordable housing, that could change a balance in the community. There's one empty lot in that whole section there, but it's between two commercial entities already. And then there is a lot of affordable apartments already in that area that back up to the line you drew. There's 4 apartment complexes that all are in the affordable ranges. And I would hate to have them turn over to be redeveloped to luxury apartments and take away the affordability. So I caution that you really look at it and we proceed with understanding the area before just diving in saying we want to do this, because I think it's very, very different from the other part of the Blue Hill District on that edge there. And I think it's one of the reasons they didn't draw the line that way, because they didn't want to deplete some naturally occurring affordable housing as well. So, Ms. Stegman.
Corey, I have a question, I guess. So, right or wrong, when the Blue Hill district was the formula-based code was first created and all of that, it wasn't created to include affordable housing. And we've been trying to sort of come up with all these different ways to retrofit it in. And I'm just wondering if, now that we, as you showed, the profit or revenues we're starting to see from the redevelopment, I'm just wondering if would it be possible to use some of that new revenue to put back into the district, like to fund a master leasing program in the district, or to create an affordable housing fund that we, do something nearby with, or, would that be a better way to approach it than sort of these ideas we've had, but they don't quite work to make it fit?
So yes, there are other approaches to getting affordable housing besides incentivizing it through zoning or thinking about zoning measures. And we had our housing staff, Nate Roman folks and Emily Holt, presented previously about strategies we could use in the district that might be more effective for affordable housing. And those do include things like looking for funding that we could offer to a partner, and looking possibly more on the edges of the district, just knowing the characteristics of some of these sites. And to the mayor's point about do we want commercial turning into residential? So using funding revenue that the district is creating, that's something I believe council could think about. When it comes to revenue exceeding debt services, we do, of course, want to think about other public services, which is hard to estimate. So we might want to estimate that conservatively. And then if there's, we get to a point where there's still an excess amount, there are different options, whether to pay ahead on the debt or to fund affordable housing, or to think about other ways that money can go towards the benefit of the community. But ultimately, property taxes are broadly speaking for that purpose, of course.
Okay. Ms. Gu, and then I'm going to ask us to move along because we have a lot more on the agenda, and this item is going to come back to us early spring. So yeah, all right. Ms. Gu, that's Ryan.
Yes, Corey. So when you're there is in one of the slides that you compared the revenue that additional revenue that's generated from those projects versus like the debt payments. But those debt payments, they're on the completed road projects and then and the Indiana road extension that we already committed to build. But how about other needs that we have not addressed yet? But given the increased density and increased population in that area, those road improvement or maintenance project will be necessary. But we haven't done yet, but we can see that both now and in the future that those projects will be necessary. So where are your assessments about those like unmet needs for that area that the town needs to make the investment to in order to support the community with the increased density that we bring in?
So certainly that's another way to use additional property tax revenue for the district, is directed towards funding of transportation improvements of whatever mode council is interested in. I think we want to come back to you with that in terms of an assessment of what the needs might be. We have facilities identified in our mobility plan for walking and biking that are seen as a need. And we've in the past done traffic impact analysis to understand the strains on the systems that of different modes. But I think working with some other staff to think about what the bigger picture on transportation needs is might be something we come back to you with.
Yeah, well, with regard to that question, I remember that see the presentation at Transportation and Connectivity Board meeting, and there is this the evaluation of the road conditions in Chapel Hill. It's not specific for the Blue Hill district, but overall road condition in Chapel Hill, and we see the declining condition. I mean, the rating starting from excellent to good to average to poor. We are approaching the red line of poor road conditions that in Chapel Hill. So those things, I think that it's the investment. Well, from the conversation that I heard from the board is that we need to make those necessary investments to maintain our roads, but they haven't been made in the past. So I am hoping that given we have this increased revenue, it needs to be reinvested into the community and to create those infrastructure in order to support the increased density. Otherwise, we're creating a situation with more people, more traffic, but we do not have the infrastructure to support that.
Ms. Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. Corey, I think you've heard lots of excitement at the prospect of excess revenue. So I would just encourage staff to, as we have the analytical capability, to really look at what is truly excess and what we're actually spending here. I hear the caution that you're trying to spread among us. So just wherever we can get staff to have a good grip on what we really need to spend in the district just to maintain our costs of service, and then what truly is over and above that. I think that's going to be very important going forward. I would say that just with 2.7 million net new square footage of residential space, I really think park money is going to be crucial. So I would push again for, as if we actually do see excess revenue, that we think about investing in our park infrastructure over there. Thank you.
Okay, we have a member of the public wishing to speak on this item.
Apparently, yes. I believe Julie McClintock wishes to speak on this topic. Is that correct?
My understanding.
Very interesting discussion tonight on this subject. Do I start my video? Does it say? Do I do that?
Nope, we can hear you.
All right, so I'll just quickly make a couple points. I understand Corey's point that it's really difficult to assess the cost of services. But if the council doesn't do that, you're kidding yourself that all this extra tax base is here and there's all this money sloshing around. In fact, we heard from the previous budget director, Kim Penoyer, when he was giving a talk to the newly elected council, that in fact, it's the net revenue is going down, tax base is going up, but the revenue does not exceed the expenditures. And that's why we've had to raise taxes. And I think the more you do of this without looking at what the actual costs are, the more you're going to be in trouble. And we're all for affordable housing. And unfortunately, because the form-based code gave it away basically by allowing the developer to do 7-story buildings and with no constraints whatsoever, then that meant that there was no way to put in an incentive. So, and it's a little alarming that you're considering this part across the street as well, which is a wonderful little businesses that people love. So why would you want to get rid of the very limited commercial that you have in form-based code? I don't understand that. So I have a couple suggestions. One would be that maybe you drop the scorecard until the business services have a realistic, useful comparison of tax revenues versus town service expenses. I understand that the budget office is under a lot of stress now. There are fewer people, so you don't have time to take this on. But I think it's not a good idea for the staff to come and not present that, or say, look at all the tax base, look at all the revenue we're getting, and you all have a very false sense of security. We're the taxpayers, and we see the taxes going up because they're just the model you're building isn't working. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll bring it back to council that we'll be seeing this again in the spring. Maybe we've already heard from us and can bring us back some comments back to the things. But I will say that just because this first year coming up will be net positive, we still have several years of net negative to make up for. So it'll be a while to work out all and flesh the numbers out. You can't just say next year we have excess money because we've been in arrears for a bit. So it'll be a balancing act in there. But
and Mayor, thank you for acknowledging that. We are looking at different ways to try to calculate the cost of the operating services. It's not easy to do. If you asked me today, how many employees have we added to serve this district, I couldn't tell you. I don't think we've added anybody specifically to serve this district. And as we all know, a lot of the cost of our budget centers around personnel. But there are other costs that are harder to calculate. And so we're looking at a couple different models to see if we can find something that would work for this district. And if it works for this district, are there things that we can do then to apply it to other areas of town in the future? So we are looking at some opportunities there. And we're consulting with our new planning director who has a little bit of experience with this up in Alexandria, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. as well. And she's reaching out to some of her contacts to see if there's a way that we could follow up on this and find a model that would work well for Chapel Hill in terms of evaluating the impact of those operating, the impact of that development on operating costs for the town.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you very much. Corey, are you staying with us for the next item as well?
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
We are going to move on to item number 8, continue the public hearing land use management ordinance text amendment, proposed changes to section 3.11 for townhomes in the Blue Hill District.
All right, so again, my name is Corey Lyles with the Planning Department. I'm here to present on our Blue Hill Townhomes project. This presentation is 20 slides and I can do it in 15 minutes. There is a good bit of information to cover, starting just with the history of this project. This goes back to the council petition that was submitted by council members in March of 2018 that identified some interest in Blue Hill improvements. Specifically, the townhome piece falls within the interest for addressing building size and massing that since it came out of our Blue Hill massing study. Our recommendation tonight is that you receive public comment on this proposal. If you feel prepared to, you can close the public hearing and continue that comment period for 24 hours and consider action on December 9th. This is the overall process for how we responded to the council petition focusing on the massing text amendment, which even as a subset is a lengthy process. After doing community advisory board review, we came forward with a massing text amendment in early 2020 that included a public hearing and meeting for council action. Council adopted most of the massing standards and asked for further study on this townhomes piece. We carried out that further study shortly after in March and April. And now we are back for the continued public hearing to address revised townhome standards. Here are a few things I wanted to highlight that are existing in the form-based code. Things that our consultant, Noel Consulting, identified as problematic for making a townhome project feasible. We've added this requirement that all residential projects in our mixed-use subdistricts must include a non-residential use with these minimum percentages, depending on if it's a single building or multiple buildings. And we have more recently identified some lot requirements that could be a little bit restrictive on small footprint townhomes. Back in February, as part of that overall massing text amendment, we included a piece around townhomes where we propose an exemption for small townhome projects, exempting them from the non-residential requirement. And we proposed some thresholds, a maximum of 60 townhome units, and a median unit size, so at least half the units being smaller than 1,800 square feet. We heard from council at that time is some questions around whether these thresholds were the right ones, and if they weren't right, could they lead to unintended outcomes? So 60 units, is it the right amount? Particularly, is a larger townhome project still suitable to exempt from commercial space? Should we think about a phased-in requirement as the unit count increases? And questions around, is 1,800 square feet too large of a townhome footprint? Where does it fall in the range of townhome product? And by staying under 1,800 square feet, are you going for that more affordable, lowercase a affordable product that the town is interested in? But we did hear generally support for the idea of encouraging townhomes in this way, and a charge to study things further. So in evaluating the standards, I'm going to share what we found on 4 different areas and whether or not there are proposed changes, how to create a threshold for the size of projects, for the size of townhome units, thinking about a phase-in, and then thinking about those lot requirements. Before I go through each of those one by one, I just want to acknowledge that that we see these as the community interests we can serve. So this is the why of doing some updates to townhome standards. We could create a development opportunity for small infill sites if we emphasize those small projects. We could broaden the variety of housing types if we make it more feasible to do townhomes in Blue Hill, and broaden options for housing price points if we encourage those smaller units. So looking at the appropriate size of projects, we are now proposing to revise what was previously the 60 unit max for commercial exemption and instead oriented towards the site area. Controlling by area instead of units will emphasize that this is a development opportunity for smaller sites while still providing flexibility on how many townhome units could go on the site depending on density. So sites 2 acres and below we found particularly strong for encouraging townhomes because it's unlikely they could support other uses. We worked further with our consulting team, Noel Consulting and Tony Cease of Civitech, to understand the market dynamics of different development types, comparing townhomes to other uses. What we determined is that uses including multifamily, hotel and office projects generally require at least 2 acres to support the building floor plate and the amount of parking and other site functions that can make it a viable product or project. Townhome projects, meanwhile, can have a varying number of units, a lower number of units resulting in less parking demand, therefore creating more flexibility when it comes to project size and layout. So from there, we create this map of the district that highlights parcels that are smaller than 2 acres. Those are shown in purple. And then in the lighter color, the pinkish purple, are looking at the parcels that are just above 2 acres up to 2.5, just to understand if we make a cutoff, what might be just on the other side of it. These are all parcels that have not redeveloped since the district was created in 2014. That doesn't mean that all of them are right now ready to redevelop or ready to do so in the near future. That would depend on many other factors like the revenue value of existing buildings. And also worth noting that you could combine some of these adjacent small parcels to create a larger site. So this is just a snapshot right now of where those 2 acre parcels are. We did also want to acknowledge that this proposal still would allow stacked townhomes to count as part of this framework, where they could be given an exemption for commercial. That's where you have 2 units stacked vertically, but where each has a private entrance at the street level. This creates some flexibility with the higher land costs we find in Blue Hill, an opportunity to absorb that land cost with more units. It is a common type in other urban areas, and we may find it becoming desirable in the triangle market in the future. So we've heard some mixed thoughts in how much we want to welcome townhomes into the Blue Hill district. Is there a risk they become too popular and take up prime sites that could provide better uses for the community? We believe not, because townhomes, what we've heard from Noel is that townhomes really only become the highest and best use when it's when the other options like mid-rise office, hotel, and wrapped multifamily are not viable, which again ties into that site acreage. So when a use is viable in Blue Hill and would yield a higher return, that would be the use for the site. And then for the smaller sites, we would expect to see townhomes. And this chart, I just, as a reminder, that was one of the takeaways from that chart that was in the Noel Consulting study, but we won't try to walk through it all again tonight. Going now to the question of median unit size. So where half of the units need to be smaller than our magic number. Thinking about whether the prior proposal of 1,800 square feet was appropriate. To answer this question, we conferred with Noel further on the different types of townhome product that Blue Hill could support. They've shared in that market overview that Blue Hill is not an appropriate location for conventional townhome product, which are those that fall in an average size range and have more basic amenities. The opportunities are more around micro or urban. So those smaller units, 1,800 square feet and below, you can fit more per acre of land. So that makes a project feasible. And then with the larger luxury apartments, they can command a much higher price due to amenities and finishes. So our takeaway based on looking at this issue further is that 1,800 square feet is still appropriate because it's the typical maximum for that micro product type. So we're tying it to something that came out of that market overview. Setting it as the median unit size would allow other product types. But again, looking at unintended outcomes, we don't expect to see units in that 1,800 to 2,600 square foot range. So just the market dynamics do encourage those smaller units. Next, looking at the phase-in, we've added a phase-in component to this proposal. And that stems from the consideration of unintended outcomes, where you all noted that if we created an exemption that was just for sites below a certain, or projects below a certain size, would be unfairly penalizing those that were just above that size. And so to mitigate that, we're proposing a phase-in that applies to sites that are between 2 and 2.5 acres. For those projects, we would see a reduced commercial space. So something is required, but it's not at the same rates as once you get over 2.5 acres. And what we proposed in this text amendment is that it would be 5% of building floor area if there's a single building, or 10% of site floor area if it's distributed over multiple buildings. And the last piece of our evaluation, some minor proposed changes to lot requirements. So in doing our follow-up study this spring, the consultants noted that the minimum lot size and minimum lot width currently in our code could prevent some configurations of townhomes if they were measured for individual townhome lots. Many townhomes could fit these standards, a 1,700 square feet lot area and a 20-foot lot width, but it is possible to go a little smaller, particularly if we want to encourage those small townhome units. So therefore, we propose a tweak in how lot requirements are measured. The code puts townhomes under a use called attached living. And we would propose that the dimensions for lot size and lot width would be measured for the townhome building, not the individual lots. So for the series of units that are attached, you would look at the size of, combined size of and width of that lot. So this is a summary of the recommended townhome standards, again, falling into these ideas of an exemption for small townhome projects from the non-residential requirement and the thresholds for those, a reduced non-residential requirement for medium townhome projects and the thresholds for those, keeping that same median unit size, and then adjusting the lot requirements to better reflect all the possible configurations of townhomes. Before I close, I wanted to note some types of engagement we've done over the course of this project, just to reflect that this has had input from a lot of sources. A lot of this was pre-pandemic and was part of doing the larger massing study when we did some draft townhome standards as part of that building massing package. We, in that period, had a public information meeting, engagement with advisory boards, and with you all at various meetings. We've had our consulting team engaged up through March and April, and we did kind of a final download from them on the follow-ups to the February meeting to understand townhomes better. We've also brought in our urban designer to look at these bigger ideas. And so with all of that input reflected, incorporated into the recommendation tonight, again, here's our recommendation for you all, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions, Ms. Ryan?
So one of the questions I sent in to staff this week was talking about, I agree with the staff recommendation that we get rid of the commercial requirement here as making this whole townhome scheme unworkable. But it occurred to me that perhaps either a requirement or an incentive for including accessory units within some of the townhomes would help us meet a pretty significant community interest in providing more affordable space. So do you think that that is something that staff could look into? I saw that you had for the medium size townhomes, like the 2 to 2.5 acres, you're talking about phasing in commercial in that or non-residential. I could see that easily being, instead of commercial, being that accessory dwelling unit, you know, they're making it so it was either was in there, or it could be, you know, that it was framed in and fitted so that it could happen. So anyway, that's just an interest that I had, and would be interested in hearing if staff thinks that's feasible, and if council's interested. Thank you.
For staff's part, that is feasible, and we would just need to think about the right numbers and how to kind of work it into this framework.
Mr. Parker?
Yeah, I was just curious, you know, something struck me as I was listening to the presentation. Is our philosophy, because a lot of the things that are proposed in this are still, you know, somewhat restrictive, and I'm not saying that's either a good or a bad thing, but is our philosophy here to encourage townhomes, or is our philosophy to tolerate townhomes? Because what, you know, building townhomes, you know, 2 acres. I mean, when I look at some of the, you know, one of the projects we'll be looking at soon, you know, most of the townhome developments that we've seen in town are far larger than 2 acres. And so by sort of capping things at 2 or 2.5 acres and then requiring commercial that may be difficult to do in a townhome development, it feels like that we're sort of tolerating it rather than actively encouraging it. Now, I'm not taking a position which is better, but I wanted to understand how the staff had approached this.
I think we heard encouragement for townhomes from the council because it speaks to that more town-wide discussion of missing middle housing and broader variety of housing types. At the same time, acknowledging that there are other interests for Blue Hill, such as getting more commercial space. So to allow larger townhome projects with no commercial component, this proposal is structured with the idea that we would not want to encourage that. So townhomes are in particular an opportunity for those smaller sites as envisioned in this proposal.
Do we have, and you may not know this, and it's not a hugely important question, do we have either in Chapel Hill or Chapel Hill Carborough any townhome developments that are 2 or 2.5 acres?
That's a good question. I don't know offhand if we do.
We have several smaller ones, but I don't know what acres they are, but yeah.
I mean, 2 to 2.5 acres is probably still on the order. You know, we were previously talking about units, and a number of units in a project in this area is going to be, in most cases, below that 60 we talked about before, particularly thinking about what you could call a more suburban townhome layout. We're thinking that in Blue Hill that might be the right type of situation with the land costs and the other activity there to attract some townhomes that might look a little different from what's elsewhere in Chapel Hill, that might be just more compact in their site layout, something you might see in urban areas.
Besides David Lauby, have any conversations been had with, sort of townhome developers or folks like that to get a sense of whether they think these are viable, that this is a viable set of regulations that they would be interested in building?
We have not talked to townhome developers. I think when we did our public information meetings for the massing standards, that included a session aimed at the development community in Chapel Hill. Although that was a while back, and I would have to see what we highlight about townhomes at that point. But generally speaking, we're thinking about the findings of David Loby's study from Noel as kind of our guidepost on what makes a townhome project feasible for development.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Good and Mr. Boynton.
So here's the question, because you mentioned at the beginning that this is the proposal. I mean, this idea comes from the original petition from the council to address the massing issue. I do not see or maybe you can help me to understand how these two things are related to each other, because when you have the townhomes stacked on top of each other, then you will still have a pretty big building, and do you still need wrap around with those townhomes like wrapping around a parking garage? How these two things relates to each other? Can you explain that?
Yeah, so a stacked townhome is of course taller than a typical townhome, might be around 4 stories. That's still a lower height than what's allowed in the district, and lower height than we see a lot of 5- and 6-story buildings. So creates more opportunity to do a product that's lower in height. In the massing standards package, you all adopted some maximum building dimensions. Groupings of townhomes would typically be smaller than those dimensions. So it is another way to encourage smaller building scale. The product type you mentioned, trying to envision this townhomes kind of wrapping a parking deck, is interesting. I think the scale of townhomes, you can do garage parking or surface parking, and if you were using them to wrap a parking deck, it might be part of a larger project where that parking was supporting some other uses, is my general sense. But we could think about that question of an unintended consequence.
So if that is the original concern, because we have seen, especially in Blue Hill District, we have this disproportional presence of those huge buildings that with a lot of residential units wrapping around a parking deck. That is the concern that we have, which is that we talk about. We want to diversify different housing options, including smaller houses and different look as well. Otherwise, the whole area is dominated by those kind of huge, big residential apartments, which is the reason that we also talk about, we want to bring the commercial development. We want to see the opportunities for small businesses. All these things we believe is the ingredients or the components that to develop or nurture a healthy community. So not the whole entire Blue Hill District is like occupied by those huge, gigantic apartment buildings wrapped around a big parking deck. So I think that's the original concern. I just want to see that how this, or maybe you can help us to make the connection, how this is the step towards the goal that we want to develop a more balanced, healthy community that we envision for the Blue Hill District.
And I think when it comes to addressing building massing, our main focus was on the standards that you all adopted in February with building dimensions. I don't know that townhomes will necessarily be the driver of improving building massing, the scale of buildings in Blue Hill, but it will, just by the nature of townhome typical footprints, we would expect to see some more variety in the size and scale of buildings across the district.
Do you see there is a need to specify what's the size of the footprints or the massing of those buildings for those townhomes? Do you see the need that we need to specify that in this amendment?
We can double check this, but I believe would still be subject to the new maximum building dimensions you all imposed. Which had the thought in mind of accommodating a wrapped parking deck or some larger building footprints. So we could think about whether townhomes specifically need their own maximum building dimensions, or if we should specify that they're not attached to a parking deck. Just by virtue of doing that, you're making a building that can only be so deep.
Okay.
Boise?
Yep. So I've got two questions. So my first one, this is another acreage question for you, Mr. Lyles. But I know that you mentioned that stacked townhomes, they're increasingly common in urban areas. Do you have a sense of what kind of acreage they cover in the other urban areas that you've looked at?
No, I'm not sure offhand. That could be something we look into, is some example projects in other communities and how big those sites are.
I was just curious. And then my second question is, again, on the stacked townhomes, are there other examples of stacked townhomes that you can recall in the Triangle area?
Not in the Triangle area. What we heard from David Loby was that Triangle market, it seemed to be some more mature cities or downtown or urban areas that started to see stacked townhomes. So they had not been found in the Triangle, but he believed could be an interest in the future.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Do we have anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item, Mr. Parker?
We do not. Oh, wait. Yes, we do. Look at that. Nancy Oates wishes to speak.
Okay. Welcome. You're muted.
There, now that's unmuted.
Mm-hmm.
Just one quick comment on the idea of accessory dwelling units, although that sounds great from an affordable housing point of view, the town ordinance does allow all accessory dwelling units to be used as Airbnbs. So that undercuts their use as affordability. So if you're gonna have the staff go through and find ways to make accessory dwelling units as part of that, then make sure that you correct the ordinance.
Okay, we haven't had our STR discussion yet, so we're making decisions at this point on that, but thank you for that. Okay. Ms. Anderson?
I'll move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Anderson, second by Mr. Parker. Ms. Ryan?
So I have a question. I'd like to figure out first if there's any interest in exploring the ADU issue, because I think according to what the town attorney has said, that would be probably a significant change, and don't know if that's something we could act on if we close the public hearing. So can we first just kind of do a straw poll to see if there's any interest in exploring that before we decide on whether we're closing?
Well, I may just say, I think either way, that's not going to be resolved by December 9th. I mean, even if we love it, that's a way more complicated question than the staff is going to be able to address by December 9th, in my humble opinion. So.
So if we didn't close the public hearing tonight, it came back on the 9th, we would close the hearing. We still couldn't vote till January, right?
Correct.
So we're not asking for a 2-week turnaround on the finals, right? We would, I think, well, Corey, I guess I should ask you, would 2 weeks be enough to decide if it's worth pursuing, but not to iron out the details?
I'm hesitant there because we'll be putting together the council package soon and factoring in the Thanksgiving holiday. So the details might be kind of coming together even as we're reviewing drafts. December 9th is not a must date. That's up to council's discretion. So if you all are interested in some additional study, we could do a January date, or if you're interested in bringing this back for action or with only minor changes, then December 9th is an opportunity to wrap this up.
Is there an opportunity to make this a separate request that we look at this in the spring as a separate item that would amend our decision on the 9th? Is that acceptable, Ms. Ryan?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay. Friendly amendment to, well, I guess we can do that on the 9th. We can say that we could bring that part back. Tonight, we would just be voting to close the public hearing. Is that okay? All right.
That's okay. Thanks.
Thank you. A roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Boyncy?
Aye.
Ms. Gu?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
Mayor says aye as well. Thank you, Corey, and we will see this back on the 9th for final vote. And if you will sort of just give us, maybe you could make a statement at that time of what it would take to consider that option and when you think you could bring it back. That would be great.
All right.
Thank you very much. All right, item number 9, checking along here. Reopen the public hearing for the application for conditional zoning at Bridgepoint, which is 2214 and 2312 Homestead Road. Anya.
Let's see here. Are you all able to see the full presentation screen?
We are.
Okay, great. Good evening, Town Council. My name is Anya Grant. I'm with the Chapel Hill Planning Department. I'm co-presenting tonight with the town's urban designer, Brian Peterson. We have about 14 slides, and it should take about 5 to 10 minutes to present this conditional rezoning for the Bridgepoint development at 2214 and 2312 Homestead Road. Tonight, we are requesting that the town council reopen the public hearing, receive comments in this meeting in up to 24 hours via email at mayorandcouncil@townofchapelhill.org, and move to close the public hearing at that point. We're also asking that you enact the ordinance at your December 9th meeting. So here's where we are in the review process. This application has been through multiple rounds of staff and advisory board review. It was reviewed by the council last on September 30th. The applicant requested that the council continue this item at your October 28th meeting so that they could consider some of the comments that the Community Design Commission had offered. And the applicant has revised his site plan, and we're asking the council to reopen the public hearing tonight to review it. The applicant has requested to abandon the 2010 special use permit, or SUP, in order to replace it with a conditional zoning district. As a reminder, this is a 9.2 acre site. The site is currently zoned residential 5 conditional use, and they're proposing to rezone it to residential 5 conditional zoning district. As part of the project, they're proposing to relocate 2 existing dwellings and demolish some outbuildings in order to construct 54 townhouses. This map shows the location of Bridgepoint, highlighted here in yellow. Homestead Road is directly to the south, and Weaver Dairy Extension is to the east. The railroad tracks are just west of the project, and there are a number of nearby landmarks that we might want to be aware of, including the Green Tract, Vineyard Square, Homestead Park, Orange County Southern Human Services, the courtyards at Homestead, Homestead Village, Chandler Woods, and then the town-owned property at 2200 Homestead. So with that, let me turn this over to Brian to walk us through some of the design changes to the site plan.
Thank you, Anya, and good evening to everyone. So I have been involved with this project over the past month or so. And it began after the project in its form that you see here appeared at the CDC. And they had a number of concerns and comments about the plan, and asked that I work with the applicant to address some of those concerns. And so here's the plan that was the previous one. And what you see are 53 townhouse units arranged along these 2 east-west roads. And these units have the garages that are in the front. And what we see in the site plan are some fairly long rows along these streets. So you have a pretty long expanse of these units with the garage doors facing the street. There are also some issues in the plan with fronts and backs being mixed along the same streets, such as you see in Public Street A. And so what I did was take the considerations and concerns of the CDC into account, and I drew a new plan that tried to reflect some of those concerns. And then I went to the applicant, and we spent some time talking about the potential for this plan. And they were receptive to the ideas. And so Anya, if you could go to the next slide. This was the redesign that I took a look at. So we see some changes in terms of orientation. So in this plan, the units are turned to align pretty much north-south. We have a series of shorter streets. The portion of the site to the north that is north of Public Street C is the same as it was on the previous plan. But by reorienting these buildings in this manner and centering them along these neighborhood greens, I'm calling them, it changes the community feel of the project, I think, quite significantly. So rather than having the long streets with a lot of buildings aligned along them, what we have here are the main public streets. Public Street C now connects through into the neighboring development, and Public Street A, what we see are the sides of the townhouses here, which allows the expression of more architectural character there as well. The units are now all oriented so that the fronts face fronts, backs face backs. There are shorter building units, so we have a lot of 3 and 4 unit buildings rather than the longer ones, so it tends to break down the scale of the development quite a bit. These neighborhood greens are seen as neighborhood spaces with part of it, and I have a slide that shows us, are backyards for these units, and also kind of community trail green that runs through the middle of them. So I took this slide and talked to the applicant, and there was a positive reception to it, and the engineer reworked the plan. And Anya, if you could go to the next slide, this is the one that you see here today. So this is pretty much what I had drawn, but worked out. There's still some details to be worked out, but here's what we see as the result. So we have the 2 neighborhood greens or gathering areas. There are sidewalks on one side of each street. At the end of the northern end of one of these community greens is where the mailbox area is. So it sort of coincides with this one of these kind of neighborhood gathering spaces. On Public Street A, which runs along the southern edge of the site, we have the engineer was able to locate 17 on-street parking stalls, which would be used for guests and the like. We have the 3 and 4 unit buildings, and the front elevations of the buildings are set back a bit to not have one long plane of the front facade, but a kind of jogging back and forth that adds some variety to it as well. So next slide, Anya, please. This is showing you that green area in the back of the units. There are 2 colors of green here. In the middle, the lighter green is the kind of community space with a trail, trees planted. At the mid-block, what's proposed is a kind of gathering area for benches and just kind of a very casual place for folks to gather. And then that kind of darker green is showing you where the backyards to the units would be. And at these backyards would be defined by 4-foot-high sort of white picket fences, that sort of thing, very neighborly with gates that would allow folks to exit their backyards out onto the green. And the next slide, Anya. And this shows you a section of what that would look like through that back area. So we have the 25 feet or so of the green in the center, and then the backyard showing there with the 15-foot space. So lastly, the slides that I have here, Anya, if you go forward here. So this is just a quick kind of splicing together of this revised plan with the neighboring plan at 2200 Homestead Road, with the idea that we're creating a new neighborhood here with connectivity in terms of walking paths, sidewalks, and also greenway connections, in a sense that there can be some sharing in a variety of these different kind of community gardens and neighborhood spaces in this growing area. So Anya, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Brian. So since the September 30th meeting, the applicant has been working with Brian to revise the site plan. And this new site plan does include several changes, including an increase to the number of units, a very slight increase to the amount of impervious surface, increased open space and tree canopy. Oh, sorry about that. My computer wants to drive itself tonight. They're also decreasing the land disturbance in the Resource Conservation District, or RCD, as well as the total land disturbance on the site, and they're increasing the overflow parking. So again, we're requesting that council reopen the public hearing, receive comments, and enact the ordinance on December 9th. Brian and I are here to answer any questions you might have, and I know the applicant is also here and has a presentation for you.
Thank you, and thank you, Brian, for getting involved. Much better proposal in front of us this evening. We thank you. All right, clarifying questions from council. I'm going to give you a lightning round here because we've got much more to do tonight too. Ms. Ryan, followed by Ms. Gu.
Can you explain the decrease in the RCD? I know at earlier steps we decreased, but are we still looking at 79% incursion into the upland zone?
We are. That percentage has not changed.
And are we at, it was like 29 in the middle zone?
Yeah, I think in the, yeah, you know, you're right. And
okay, so
working with stormwater to decrease that. So the only modification of the regulations that they're asking for now is that increase to the disturbance in the upland zone.
Okay, and that's kind of where we've been for the last couple meetings, right? There isn't a new change. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry, Ms. Gu.
Well, I think there are a lot to like for this new revised design, but I'm not clear that what is your, because now it seems like, because you turned the arrangement like 90 degree, so you're showing the sides of those buildings toward the streets. What the street experience is going to be, what the development will look like when people going through like Homestead Road or Weaver Dairy Extension, what the development will look like on those roads?
Well, when you have the side of a townhouse, it gives you an opportunity to actually add windows and architectural features. So I think that is one area of improvement there. The CDC thought it was quite an improvement to have the buildings arranged that way along Homestead, because that would have been a better looking elevation with the potential for the architecture that you can have on the sides along that stretch. So it depends a lot on the architectural design. This plan also increased the number of end units, which is important in that you do again have the chance to have openings and architecture on the sides, but it also increases the number of units where folks can get daylight on three sides of their home, which is a positive thing in terms of livability as well.
Well, I mean, potentially, I mean, in theory, it's possible, but my experience of seeing those townhomes, because they're usually like a lot narrower than the single family residential homes, the side of those developments usually are either a very big blank wall or the windows are like arranged irregularly. It's kind of like strange looking. Is there any way that you can get involved and give some advice to the development as to what the street presentation of those like turned sideways buildings is going to look like?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. We have a member of the public who had signed up to speak on this item. Mr. Parker, can you call her in?
I'm sorry, that is correct. We have Linda Wells, and that is, as far as I can see, the only individual who wishes to speak.
Okay.
Ms. Wells?
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay.
Welcome.
My name is Linda Wells. I live in Vineyard Square. I'm on Sonoma Way, which is at the back or the north side of this development. I didn't realize all this was going on because I've not been notified about anything in the last few years. I just noticed on the one that's going to be up tomorrow, 2200 Homestead, and thought, well, I'd look up Bridgepoint. And I want to thank Miss, I may say this wrong, it's Miss Braun. I'm not sure. I called her today and she answered some of my questions.
Good.
I see the design, but I'm more concerned with above the pond and that pond area and the area between us and where I live on Sonoma Way. She said that the pond is there, and when I'm reading from what she said, they are going to put into the pond some type of discharge outlet, a piped outlet, and it'll be 50 feet away from the stream, but there's nothing about where that outlet's going or where they're going to discharge this pond or what's going to happen. So I'm concerned about that. The other main concern is they tend to You can look on page 6 and page 7 if you go back and look at the plans. They're going to clear all the way from the pond north to the shaded area labeled tree save area. I don't understand why all of that has to be cleared, especially if you're going to put a greenway there for people to walk on. Why you want to clear out everything and just put a paved path and not have any trees there. There's no reason to clear away all those trees.
Thank you, Ms.
And
Brown.
I thank you for letting me speak.
Ms. Brown, did you want to respond? Because the pond is actually on the other property. Is that correct?
No.
No. Pond is on the Bridgepoint property, and I know the developer Eric Chubb is here with his engineer as well, and they might want to speak to some of the questions.
Okay.
Yeah, Joe, if you want to pull up the plan, that would be appreciated. Joe, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Anya, can you let me share my video, please?
I don't know that I have the ability to do that. I can share your presentation if you're unable to. Are you able to?
No, I got it. There we go.
Okay.
Okay, can everybody see my screen okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, Eric, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, just go forward to the plan that Cameron has put together. First of all, go back. I just want to show some of the elevations that we put together for the CDC. Go back one, Joe, and this is a perspective of what the actual elevations in the floor plans will look like. And as Brian pointed out, and thank you very much to Brian, we've staggered the units and done a lot to break them up, putting 4-foot gaps between the driveways with planting strips. Go to the next one, Joe. And then go on to the formal plan. Next one. And we're staying completely out of the RCD for 50 feet on our side of the creek. And then conforming with the ordinance in the second 50 feet, so the first 100 feet, and then the last 50 feet, the encroachment is solely to put in the water quality bond, and that is to increase water quality, and that's the sole purpose for the water quality pond. We're saving all of the trees on Vineyard Square side of the creek, and in contrast to our putting the water quality pond there in Vineyard Square, you have the actual townhomes in the upper 50 feet of the RCD. So we've worked very hard. We've actually reduced the percentage in the second 50 feet to 22%, where 40% is allowed by ordinance. So we've worked very, very hard to reduce the impact of the RCD and restricted that to the upper 50 feet where the exception is asked for. And that's the last 50 feet of a 300-foot stream buffer.
Thank you. Okay, I bring this back to council members. I do want to give a shout out to our CDC, by the way. They were pushing for making some changes, and we got Brian Peterson involved, and thank you for everyone working together. I appreciate the applicant being open to hearing some changes.
So, Madam Mayor, we also have a question posted from Andrew Buchanan. Whoop, we did.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. Which I will just read off very quickly. Does Homestead Road have a bike lane in this section? It's not. Is it possible for the applicant to provide this as part of plan approval?
And the answer to that is yes. As part of the Homestead Road Improvement Project that we've coordinated with, there is going to be a 5-foot bike lane on both the north and the south side of Homestead Road. In addition to that, there will be a 10-foot wide multi-use trail that sits back from the road. And as part of our contribution, we're going to extend the 5-foot bike path southward along Weaver Dairy Road to tie that in with the bike path that goes along Homestead Road. So that's about a 400-foot extension of the bike path on Weaver Dairy Extension.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Anderson, then Ms. Ryan.
Yeah, I guess a question that I have is I could use some help with the incursion into the RCD. So there's been a change. And my understanding is that our stormwater staff was going to be available to ask kind of questions about this incursion. I guess I don't totally understand what the impacts are and what the kind of reduction means in terms of how far away it is, and kind of those different levels. So I could use some help in understanding what we're being asked to approve and what the difference is.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Ernesto Delavi. I'm with the Stormwater Division.
Welcome.
Yeah, so for this wet pond, all the impact will stay within the managed zone and the upland zone. The stream side will not be impacted. And the question from the citizen as to the outlet of the pipe, the outlet of that pipe from the pond will be in the managed zone. And in terms of land disturbance, as Eric said, in the managed zone, they stay below the threshold for land disturbance as stated in LUMO. But then for the upland, they exceeded it. They are at 79%, which is above the 40% that is allowed.
And so what is the justification for the increased incursion? And is this really a difference from the last time we saw this?
I would say, yeah, there's a difference from the last time. The last time, I think they were encroaching in the managed zone. They've managed to reduce the footprint of the wet pond. Working with staff, they tried to minimize the grading, reducing the slope to reduce the footprint. We are still working with them to see if they could still further reduce it. But at this point, this is where we are with the plan. But going forward, we think we should be able to reduce it further.
Okay. So you're saying that it could be reduced further, but it just hasn't gotten to that point yet.
Yeah, we're still working with the engineer to see what they can do further to reduce it. So the stages of the review, we do the conditional zoning, and then when it comes to the final plan review, we also look at how they can look at the layout to see how they can improve it. With the new layout that Brent gave to them, I think they could still do other stuff, maybe in the green gathering area, other stuff to help reduce the impact within the RCD. But those are discussions that we will talk to the engineer during the final plan review stage.
And you said there's 40% allowed. So are you saying that we could get it to that 40%?
For the upland zone, I cannot promise, but it all boils down to the engineer. Everything is possible. It depends on how much the engineer wants to reduce it. But I'll leave that to the developer and the engineer to see what they can do.
Cameron, are you out there?
I am.
Cameron, could you speak to that? I mean, my sense of things is we're going to continue to work with Ernest and the Stormwater Department on that upper 50 feet. And again, of the 300 feet stream buffer, we're only talking about exceeding that last 50 feet. And, you know, we're down to a point where, you know, the difference that we're talking about is probably in the hundreds of square feet and not thousands. So there's only so much that we can really do. We can continue working to try to reduce it with Ernest during final plan review, but the expectation is we cannot reduce that to 40. Can you confirm that, please?
I can. Again, my name's Cameron Rice. I'm with Advanced Civil Design and Civil Engineer for the project. Since you last—
Joe, could you move that back to the site plan, please? That Brian did. There we go. That Brian did. There you go. Thank you. I'm sorry, Cameron.
Since your last time viewing this, we were able to reduce the managed use zone to get to under 40%. I think previously it was like right at 40%. So we're in the 20s, mid 20s, which is a considerable amount of reduction. The upland, I think we're around 79%. I do not envision us being able to get down to that 40%. And the reason is that we don't have the entire 300-foot RCD buffer on our lot. We're working with half of that, which is 150 feet. Not just that, a good portion of the upland zone, again, that's the outer 50 feet of the 150, is actually located in Weaver Dairy Road. So in essence, if you're looking at this from a gross land area, which is used in calculating for projects where we can take credit for half of the right of way of the public streets that are adjacent to the project, if you were to take that area as part of the available RCD and then look at those impacts, we would be able to considerably reduce that upland, but we wouldn't be able to get to 40%. But I did a quick calculation earlier today, and the LUMO talks about allows stormwater ponds in the managed and upland zone up to 40%, and that's allowed in your ordinance. And if you were to combine both the managed and the upland together, and knowing that our managed is in the 20% and our upland is higher than 40%, we're almost right at the 40% when you combine both of them. So I think that's a positive. But at the end of the day, we're going to work with staff to do whatever we can. We understand this is a very critical concern that the town has, and then the adjacent owners and the citizens of the town. And we've worked many man hours already with the stormwater, and we'll continue to do that to see what we can do to reduce this RCD encroachment.
And did the Stormwater Board review this project?
Oh yeah, we, something that is not normal in other municipalities is we did a full level construction design on the pond. This construction level grading, construction level routing calculations, pre-post trib maps, impervious area calculations. We filled out DWQ, stormwater worksheets. We did, nitrogen calculations. We looked at this pond as if it was in its final state for construction plan level. We had multiple talks with the town to explain how we potentially could make reductions. So, we're not looking at a pond in its preliminary state. It's a design engineered pond.
Well, I guess I don't necessarily understand all of this, but partially what I hear you saying is that some of this, that there's a lot of RCD on the site because it's a tough site, but I'm not sure that means that.
I'm sorry, there's not a lot of RCD. That's the challenge that we're having. We don't have a lot of RCD to work with. We're given a small percentage, and then we're expected to take that percentage and only allow 40% impact, which we are doing. We're not impacting the initial 50 feet. We're only impacting a little over 20% of the 100-foot or the next middle 50. And, we're impacting the outer 50. I understand there's a lot of concern, but if you look to the apartment or the site to the north of us, there are actual buildings in the upland. You have Weaver Dairy Road in the upland zone, and that's impervious area. We're just trying to install a pond. We're not putting any much impervious area in the upland other than a small portion of retaining wall.
Thank you very much, Cameron.
What did the stormwater board? I didn't see feedback from the stormwater board. So what did they say when you went?
I'm sorry, Jess. No, it was not recommended at any point along the way that we go in front of the Stormwater Advisory Board, and we've worked very hard with Cameron and with Ernest and with Mary Beth to try to reduce this as much as possible. The fact of the matter is, and we've said yes to a lot of things throughout this process and a lot of different aspects of it. But one of the things that we can't do is reduce the number of units. It makes it a non-feasible project for us. And the only way for us to get below the 40% is to reduce units, which makes it undoable. And so, our builder, KB Homes, has stuck with us for over 2 years on this with a variety of different variations and numerous changes. And we need to get to work on construction drawings to make this a feasible project for them. We're willing to continue working on the stormwater to reduce the impact in that last 50 feet. But we've got to kind of move the ball forward, and going in front of the Stormwater Advisory Board is going to be counter to our ability to move that forward, and quite frankly may jeopardize the feasibility of it.
Ms. Ryan, then Mr. Parker.
So I would, my first comment is that the site plan is greatly improved. And I echo the mayor's comments about thanking the CDC and Brian for all their hard work. I think it's become a much more livable place. That said, I'm still troubled by the amount of RCD incursion that you're asking for. I think that this is not a good precedent for the town to set. I disagree with your characterization of it as a water quality pond. The RCD actually improves water quality. This will handle runoff and speed and some of those things, but I don't know that that's actually going to improve water quality in the way that you're suggesting that it will do. There were other choices that you could have made here about places it could go. It means losing some units. I understand you've gained a unit now, so that's one point in your favor right now. So I haven't seen your pro forma. I don't know if you'd ever be willing to share that, but
it's actually part of the presentation, and it was included in the last packet that we sent you as far as the lot cost. So the lot cost is at over $100,000 a lot at this point, and the builder can't go further than that. So losing units is not an option here.
Okay.
And that's $102,000 for a townhome lot. Joe, you can scroll to that slide if you'd like.
Okay, thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
So again, I still, there's a lot that RCDs do. I am not a big fan. I understand you're allowed 40% incursion into the top 2 zones, and that would be acceptable. As you say, I don't think you're going to get to the 40% in the upland zone here. I don't think you're probably going to get close to it. I know you've been working on it for a while. So that for me is a big reservation about this project going forward. Just some quick comments. Because Street C is a straight shot across now, you may need to consider some traffic calming on there. If the project's approved, I hope you'll treat the pond as an amenity. It's a big, most of the detention ponds that I see are and they're certainly not amenities and they're often eyesores. So I would hope that that would be landscaped and treated as such. And any way is that you can field site the greenway as opposed to just raising the trees and then putting the greenway in, I think would be a good move. Thank you.
We agree. Thank you, Amy.
All right, Mr. Parker.
Yeah, so first I want to thank Brian and the CDC. I mean, this is just light years better than what we, than the previous version. So thank you, Brian, for that. And this is maybe a topic for a different discussion at a different time, but I would like to see a way in which we can get Brian involved in looking at projects earlier so that we're not sort of at the tail end trying to make radical changes such as this. If there's a way we can formalize Brian or whoever his successor may be at some point, be involved in the earlier stages of review so that we can get to this place a lot sooner. I think everybody would benefit from that. The other is sort of a question is, I know we have standards about buffers and incursions and how much how much is acceptable in various points. But I was wondering, and if it can be done very quickly, because we are really pressed for time tonight, what the practical implications of an incursion into the RCD is. In other words, by having this incursion into the RCD, is it going to significantly diminish the water quality in the stream? Is it going to cause erosion? I'm just trying to, as we throw about percentages, I'm just struggling to understand what the practical impacts of those percentages are. So if Ernest, if it's possible to do it really fast, I'd appreciate it. If it's not, perhaps you can send us, point me to a link that I can look at between now and December 9th. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look into that and get back to you. But I would say definitely the RCD helps with preserving water quality and also has other benefits like preserving wildlife and then plant habitats. So in terms of water quality, treated and pervious area from the site, the wet pond is regulated by the state that we can meet those requirements. In terms of meeting 85% total suspended solid removal, the wet pond can achieve that purpose. But then the other benefits of the RCD, we may not get it, but water quality wise, we may get it. And then in terms of the stream, erosion, final plant stage, when we are doing the review, we're gonna make sure that the outlet of the pipe and everything is very stable so that we minimize erosive flow into the stream. We have requirements to ensure that your post-development runoff that is leaving the site meets your pre-development. So they're gonna meter the water from the pond in such a way that we are not having erosive flow coming out of that pond. So erosion will be able to control water quality. We can control it, but the other benefits of the RCD may not be there.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm not seeing everybody. Hang on. Mr. Boincy?
Yeah, I'll be quick here. I know as a council, we've consistently talked over the years about providing for the missing middle. I'm hopeful that this is a project that can get at that. The plan, this revised site plan does look better. And I'm thankful to the CDC, thankful to Brian Peterson for their efforts. I guess one thing I'm hearing kind of loud and clear is that with respect to the incursion to the RCD, that the applicant is going to continue to work with town staff to minimize the impact there. So, I look forward to hearing an update that, will come December 9th on that. And I agree with Ms. Ryan that it would be great for that pond to be a kind of amenity for residents there. Thanks.
I'll wrap it up with just the much better plan, thanks to all the people involved in doing this. I'm also excited about the affordable housing units in here. We have talked a lot about the missing middle, and we've talked about how we can get it. And this developer was willing to work and talk with many different parties to help bring us to this point. While I don't like going into RCDs either, we do have some allowed uses in RCDs. Putting a pond in is an interesting use. We talk about putting roads through or other, and we do have other places in town we actually have buildings sitting in RCDs. So I would encourage our developer and the staff to continue working to minimize that incursion in there, and to see if you can actually fight not removing as many trees as possible, because that's what gives this whole livability to this whole area as well. So with that being said,
I move that we close the public hearing.
okay, it's been moved by Mr. Parker.
Second.
I don't hear, who am I hearing second from?
Yeah, can we get rid of the screen share, please?
Yeah, sorry, I can't see everybody. Who
Yeah.
seconded it?
Joe, put down the screen. Thank you.
Karen, did you second it? Okay.
Yeah.
Motion by Mr. Parker, second by Ms. Stegman. Any discussion that hasn't been had already? Okay, roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Parker,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson,
Aye.
Councilmember Boyncey,
Aye.
Councilmember Gu. I didn't hear you. You say aye. Yeah. Councilmember Wynn,
Aye.
Councilmember Ryan,
Aye.
Councilmember Stegman,
Aye.
and Mayor says aye as well. Thank you very much. That means
Thank you all very much.
this item will
Appreciate
be
your time.
open. Thank you. This item will be open for public comment for 24 hours after today, and then we will anticipate hearing more about the stormwater at the December 9th meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to item number 10, open the public hearing, conditional zoning application for the Columbia Street Annex at 1150 South Columbia Street from residential to R2 to mixed use village, conditional zoning district, MU-V-CZD. Jake, you're with us.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. My name is Jake Lohman. I'm one of the current development planners for the town, and I will be presenting the application tonight. And bear with me one moment while I share my screen.
Jake, while you're doing that, just tell council and with time being limited here, we're going to move the Airport Hazard District Land Use Management Ordinance item to another time.
All right, can everyone see my full screen now?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to preface this. I have probably 25 slides, and it will probably take 15 minutes or so to run through. But to note that this item and the next are related for the Monroe Street right-of-way closure. If you recall, on October 7th, at the first opening of the public hearing for the Monroe Street right-of-way closure, council members asked to understand how the closure was related to the overall proposed development for the property, and had questions that were more specific to the development than just the right-of-way closure. So the public hearing was continued to this meeting. So tonight, along with Chris Roberts, the manager of engineering and infrastructure, we will jointly present the South Columbia Street project and the associated right-of-way closure. I will focus on the conditional zoning, and Chris will focus on the right-of-way closure. And so what we request tonight is that the public hearing be opened and closed for the conditional zoning application, and the public hearing simply be closed for the Monroe Street right-of-way closure that was continued to tonight. So we will jointly present these, and please keep in mind that the final actions for these items are distinct. There's different decision criteria due to the enabling legislation for the right-of-way closure, and Chris touched on this on October 7th. And also Dan Jewell and Phil Shostak will present on behalf of the applicant and answer questions on behalf of the applicant. And we also do have other town staff here from the Public Works Department as it relates to traffic engineering and stormwater engineering. So Lance Norris, Public Works Director, Kumar Nepali, Traffic Engineering Manager, and Ernest Odelarvi, who spoke on a previous item, stormwater engineer will be here tonight as well. And so what is requested is that we open the public hearing for Columbia Street Annex, receive comments on both Columbia Street Annex and the Monroe Street right-of-way closure in this meeting and up to 24 hours after the meeting due to the new legislation. And the email is mayorandtowncouncil@townchapelhill.org, and then move to close both public hearings. So and what that would mean is enactment of this ordinance and the adoption of the right-of-way closure resolution could take place on December 9th if council so chooses, and it would be 2 separate votes. And so transitioning simply to the South Columbia Street Annex project for the conditional zoning, where we are in that process is that town has evaluated the application over iterative rounds of review. Those reports have been sent to advisory boards, and you have all of the responses to conditions or recommendations of advisory boards in your packet. And that brings us to tonight to open and close the public hearing for the conditional zoning.
Jake, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you here, but we also have another option. We are also allowed, because of virtual board, to continue public hearings.
Yes.
So there are other options available. This will be the first time the public is seeing this project, and so the council does have the right to choose that option. That's not the only option that's available to all of us.
Correct. The public hearings for both items can be continued to another meeting. And so to transition to the project details of the site, it is a 4-acre site, and what is proposed is the conditional zoning, as was mentioned, from the current residential 2 zoning to mixed use village conditional zoning district. And the proposal consists of 61,000 square feet of space, 57,000 devoted to residential, and 4,000 square feet of commercial space, and a maximum total of 52 units, 8 of which are proposed to be affordable and built on site, which equals about 18% of the units being affordable, which is above the town's regulation for 15%. So the project contains 6 stories. The bottom level is underground parking, which is set into the steep slope on South Columbia Street. And this does include the Monroe Street right-of-way closure that Chris will speak to. And taking a look at the site, you can see highlighted in green is the 4 acres, and it sits between Purefoy Road and the westbound on-ramp of 54 along South Columbia Street. The site is fully wooded at this point, is undeveloped. The Monroe Street right-of-way closure that was referenced in the public hearing on October 7th is highlighted in red, and Chris will speak to the details of that. There is a perennial stream that runs north-south through the middle of the site, and highlighted in purple is the associated RCD for that perennial stream. And a few quick snapshots of the site plans that were included. The building envelope is highlighted in purple, and that also shows in the tan color the podium level entrance that would connect to South Columbia Street. And there is also a left turn lane proposed as part of the traffic improvements here into the site, and that goes into the driveway highlighted in yellow here, and that is the entrance and is pushed as far north as possible to try to line up with Purefoy Road at request of traffic engineering and NCDOT. And lastly, wanted to highlight the underground parking that is proposed, that is set underneath the upper 5 stories of the building. That's highlighted in yellow on the screen. So this is just a quick view showing that the site is undeveloped. This is looking from the intersection of Purefoy Road. And I want to touch on the basic zoning aspects of the project. This is the current zoning designation in the area. The site that's proposed here for mixed-use village is highlighted in blue. You see neighborhood commercial that includes Merit Store and the parking lot adjacent to or across the street from Merit's, and R4 zoning designation leading into Purefoy Road. And what this means for the current future land use plan and the comprehensive plan, the current land use category for this area is low residential, which is 1 to 4 units per acre. What the applicant is proposing is high residential, which is 8 to 15 units per acre, and would need an amendment to the land use plan. And the modifications to land use management ordinance regulations included with this application is disturbance of steep slope regulations. The applicant is proposing to disturb all the steep slopes on site. There is encroachment into the resource conservation district in both the upland and managed use zone. There is reduced landscaping standard requests for the area along South Columbia Street. And lastly, the applicant is requesting to modify the land use percentage standards for mixed use village, which would normally require at least 25% commercial space, but they are proposing to reduce that to as little as 6%. Again, all of this went to advisory boards over the last few months, and the approval or denial recommendations are noted on the screen. And again, those responses to those recommendations were in your packet. And so lastly, again, I want to open the public hearing for this, receive comments, and then either move to close the public hearing at this meeting or continue it to another meeting, as the mayor mentioned. And then that would push enactment to the following meeting, whichever that may be. And so at this time, to talk about the right-of-way closure, I want to turn it over to Chris Roberts, again, Manager of Engineering and Infrastructure, and he will speak more specifically and provide more information that was requested from the October 7th meeting. So Chris, I will run the slides for you and you just tell me when to click next.
Thank you, Jake. Again, I'm Chris Roberts, your Manager of Engineering and Infrastructure. So tonight I'm going to continue the discussion on the request to close a portion of the unpaved and unmaintained part of Monroe Street right-of-way. As you recall, I went into detail at the last meeting about the state legislation that covers or guides cities and towns in the closing of public right-of-ways. 168-299 is a specific number. I won't go into detail this time, but basically it covers several things. One is that there's a communications part that requires several types of communications to occur. The biggest one, of course, is a public hearing, which allows you all to decide whether if there is if there are any issues with property rights of individuals or it's detrimental to any kind of public interest. There's also, if the right-of-way area is closed, is that area how it's divided amongst adjacent property owners. And finally, it also allows for an appeals process. If a person's aggrieved, they can actually follow to appeal a decision by council. Next slide, please, Jake. So you already know where this location is at, but basically there's South Columbia right there in the center, and the intersection with 54 is there at the bottom, so it's there at the northwest corner. Next slide, Jake. So right now, we of course called for a public hearing on September 9th. We brought this as we opened the public hearing on October 7th, which we continued on to tonight, which at your choosing, if you should choose to close the public hearing. We will receive any public comments for 24 hours after the tonight's meeting. And again, if so choosing on December 9th, you can decide whether you want to go and approve a resolution for the closure. Next slide, please. So the request, as you've seen before, is there's South Columbia Street on the right-hand side, 54 is on the bottom. Currently, the Monroe Street right-of-way, the existing one is right there in the middle. You can see where it says Monroe Street, and the portion of question or request to be closed is there in the black hatched area. Now, the requests will also come in with a full public access easement, which is in that blue hatched area. It's my premonition whenever we do this not to isolate a property if we can. So I do feel comfortable with this, that there is a full public access easement that will be provided that will reconnect that isolated part of Monroe Street right away. I feel like that gives a legal access back to the Columbia Street right away. And we also are, as part of the resolution, that they will be required to dedicate that public access easement before they close the right of way officially. Now, the rest of my presentation is going to be a series of pictures. I promise you we'll go through it fast, but as you can see from this note here, the first 3 pictures are there right on Columbia Street, showing that area. I snapped a picture right there in the middle, picture number 4, and then picture 5 and 6 are at the opposite end. I felt like the last time we spoke about this, that there was some confusion about what's the current status of this Monroe Street right away. So I wanted to go out and actually snap a few pictures of it. Jake, next slide, please. So Jake had a similar picture of this, but basically this is, as you can see, where the apron, if someone was to connect to this at some point to the existing right of way, there is an apron that's already been put in by DOT. You see the zoning sign right next to it is actually a sign that I put in as part of the required legislation. Next slide, please, Jake. That's looking at it straight on from inside South Columbia. It's hard to tell from this picture, but they're right behind the small white sign. There's quite a steep drop off, and you'll see in the next picture. Next picture, Jake, please. So I apologize for all the lines on here. I try to draw out just to try to help people understand where this location is, but this is basically standing at the bottom of the hill behind the white sign that was in the previous picture. The red lines are where the approximate right-of-way is. We did actually survey this in, and the 2 signs that we have out here are actually surveyed where the right-of-way center line is. I drew sort of like a gray as bluest line where South Columbia is sort of at. And you can see there's a marker to where the sign is. It's hard to see in this picture, but it's up there at the top of the hill. Basically, it's generally flat where I'm standing at, right at the base of the tree that's right there in the center. It starts going up, and there's probably about a 25% raise there at a 45-degree angle. It's almost impossible to climb it up. Okay, next slide, please. So this is, again, looking at about the middle point of where the proposed or where the existing right-of-way is. Again, I drew the lines in approximately where I think it is. There's the creek right there. And the creek is really the low point. It's probably a good 35 feet below the South Columbia Street level. And where I'm standing at, it's probably about maybe 20 to 25 feet above where the creek is there. And those red lines, again, are I'm approximating where that might be, depending on where the 2 signs are at. Okay, Jake, next slide. So this is the opposite end of there. And we'll show the map here and again in a second, but this is where it pretty much dead ends, I would say, back in the woods. That sign is actually a surveyed location of where it is. That's actually where the center line of the right-of-way ends at. Jake, if you, at this viewpoint, this is pointing towards South Columbia. It's too far off in the distance to see it and too much foliage there. So Jake, if you can go to the next picture. And I just snapped this today because I felt like it was needed. This is basically looking 180 degrees from where I just was. There's the sign again at the end of the right-of-way. And it's hard to tell, but pointing up sort of on the right-hand side of the picture, there are the student housing units that are up there that you'll see in the picture, and we'll go into that here in a second. So I just wanted to point that out. It's quite a bit distance up from there, both vertically and horizontally. It's quite a bit of a distance to walk up there. Okay, Jake, next slide. So going back to where we just were, picture number 6, the very last one I was just on, you can see the building that's just up there on the, I guess, the upper left top from the corner of the Monroe. You're just about there. There you go, on that property. And if you see those 4 units, those are all owned by one property owner, and they all currently access the Dow Street right away through a private drive that runs through there. It's not an easement or anything else, but there is a way for those 4 units to be able to access a public right of way. Okay, next picture. So the key issues here, of course, is that the closer will isolate one property, which is currently accessed via private drive to the paved portion of well, it should say Dahl Street. It's actually Dawes and Monroe, the actual paved part. The Columbia Street Access developer has proposed a full public access easement to connect the isolated Monroe Street right away, which will continue to provide, I believe, a reasonable legal access to the property. And you have Mr. Jaffe that has submitted his opposition via email to you that was delivered at the beginning of October, which we forwarded on to you all. And I believe Jake or Judy are going to talk a little bit more about that.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. And so we just wanted to touch base on a couple of comments that were made on the October 7th meeting regarding access. I think Chris's presentation sheds a little light on the existing conditions of the right-of-way, but we wanted to speak to impacts for Mr. Jaffe and any future development that he may want to bring forward. And so, again, Chris mentioned that these properties are accessed off of Dawes currently. And what does that mean if he wants to develop these properties that have no street frontage at the moment? Depending on the scale of development, either subdivision or multifamily housing, there would maybe either need to be a rezoning to take place or a subdivision to split lots. But what that would mean for most regulations is that a road built to town standards would have to be built to access and have appropriate frontage on whatever is proposed. And so the current access would either have to come from Dawes or and the subdivision here, or Mr. Jaffe could connect to the access easement through the proposed development and build the road to town standards in this direction. One issue is and has been the RCD encroachments for this area, and that would mean encroachment to the streamside zone, the managed use zone, the upland zone, and that would either have to be a variance of some sort, either by town standards or council action to encroach, and that would have to be addressed. And you can see that a large portion of those properties are encumbered by resource conservation districts, so that's something to keep in mind there. But many things would have to take place to be able to further develop these properties. And Mr. Jaffe has acknowledged that. And I know Ms. Johnson has had a few conversations with him over the last month to talk further about this. And so just wanted to highlight that. And I believe he's probably here this evening to speak. And to wrap up, bring this back, is to open the public hearing for this project, receive comments for both of these items, and either close the public hearing or continue the public hearing this evening, and then future enactment would take place. And so we can answer questions on the staff side, or we can hear from the applicants' 2 presentations, and they will be available to answer questions as well.
Let's go ahead and hear from the applicant, then we can save and ask questions all at the same time.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Dan Jewell with Coulter Jewell Thames. With me this evening are Phil Shostak, project architect, who's going to be doing the bulk of the presentation. Also, Phil's associate, Brian Driska, is on. Wendy Ramsden in my office, who's the project manager in our office, and Roland Gammon, who's one of the development partners in the project. So we've been working on this for quite a while. We think we've got an opportunity for a real landmark gateway into Chapel Hill on this part of town. And we appreciate your indulgence over the next few minutes while Phil and I go through the presentation. So Phil?
Thank you, Mayor Eminger, Town Council. My name is Phil Shostak. I've been practicing architecture on Franklin Street since 1977. And I'm excited finally to get in front of you with this project. It was first submitted to the town in 2007, 13 years ago. And after the recession in 2010, it died for a while, and we brought it back in 2013 and started bringing it back to the council, and started working with NCDOT on the intersection there of 15501 South Columbia Street, and spent 3 years working with them until DOT did not have a project that they put on a TIP and did not have a plan to do that. So we decided to go ahead back in 2017. And so we've been crawling towards this meeting since 2017. But let me give you a little bit of history, because some of the important issues on this. And here is our site that we've been talking about tonight. But this is the site plan in 2007. We had our first stream determination that determined it was intermittent. In 2012, we had another stream determination, and it was found to be intermittent. In 2000, and every 5 years, 2017, we had another stream determination, and it was found to be perennial by 0.5 point. This is the stream determination with buffers as we have today. That we have continued to design really the same basic design that we've been going through with public meetings and neighborhood meetings, community design meetings on this since 2007. But this perennial stream, this is the perennial stream we're talking about. This is the perennial stream on this property. And the way that we determine stream determinations are made is if a stream determination can't be made just on this property, they go upstream or downstream. And in this case, they found a aquatic animal in an upstream area, and that one thing put it over the 0.5 point over into perennial. But I just want to remind you, the other perennial stream in this neighborhood is Morgan Creek. And this is no Morgan Creek, and we're not trying to get away with saying that this is not perennial, that this is just the facts. And so part of this, and this is an old homestead. There's been houses on this property. There's 12-inch culverts that have been handling the water runoff through the history of this property. But this is kind of what's down at the bottom of this perennial stream. But one of the things that the point we want to make here on this, and part of this is what we're saving, this permanent wildlife and conservation zone around this creek, including the first 50 feet that was part of the 2007, 2012 through 2017 intermittent stream determination. But we went so far as to, let me just back up. You'll see that we actually got a wildlife survey of this property, and what it says essentially is that this is the important part of the property. The man-made steep slopes that are on the east side of the creek are not wildlife compatible, and same thing with the invasive species of plant materials there. But just to get back on the stream, because it's really probably one of the biggest issues that we need to talk about, and it's very sensitive in our town. But if we're talking about water quality and wildlife habitat and plant preservation, this is the right thing to do here. Is stream restoration, where we clean up all those washing machines and tires, and we increase the channelization here and replant it and make it a better quality stream to handle that. And so this should be a tool in our urban areas on how to make better water quality. If it's about water quality, this is what you do on streams like this that have been impacted by our urban growth over the years. And so here's just a diagram of how that is done with pole planting and taking away erosion, planting rock toe protection on this channelization, creating little pond areas where habitat can develop for wildlife and aquatic plant materials. And so here's the study we had done this past spring on wildlife habitat assessment. And the key thing that it really says over here is the east side of the stream where we're actually using this is full of invasive species and the man-made steep banks, steep slopes are just not conducive to wildlife. The other side, the west side is. And so we have transferred essentially all the wildlife protection area, which also does another thing. It separates development in a heavy traffic area like Columbia Street from the single family housing community of Westwood that's behind here. And so here again is that permanent wildlife conservation zone that we're proposing. So the design of this building, it is 6 stories. 1 story is below grade here, and 4 stories, sorry, I'm trying to move something. 4 stories above Purefoy Road, and then our plaza level. You can remember there's about a 20-foot slope between Purefoy Road and our plaza entrance area. And the same thing you can see here, this is 4 stories above, 1 story above, and this is a lot like the, I think it's called the Hyatt Place at Southern Village as far as the height that we're talking about. But we've designed this building to be 1 unit wide, so it allow for natural ventilation to go through the units with operable windows. We've made it solar ready on the top here, and we've had several conversations with companies about solar panels here that would lease the panels. But then we put all the parking below. Because one of the key things about this entire project here is we've always talked on planning in Chapel Hill that we should put density where density is best handled. And here at this particular part of the site, we have 5 lanes with a turn lane in the middle. We have 2 bus stops on each side of the road, and we have bike lanes. This is the kind of area that you do put pedestrian-oriented density here. And so this is a section through that showing how that works. So remember the steep slopes here that Jake showed you, the pictures are all man-made when they put Columbia Street in. And every time they widened Columbia Street, they just made steeper and steeper banks. But by putting the parking underneath, we're actually creating a plaza level that flattens that area out. It's not about erosion. It actually solves the erosion problem with this. And so the other part of this diagram, you can see that the roof collection, the water on the site goes into underground storage. And so, sorry, here is the underground storage area where we're handling a lot of the stormwater runoff, the roof water and things before it is discharged. It can be saved. And we also are working Dan and his guys we're working with how do we pressurize this and actually use some of this for the landscape. Here again is a picture of the steep slope. And the whole issue about steep slopes and the reason it's in our ordinances is not this kind of steep slope. This is right off the road. It's man-made. It's a response of an engineered system. And by us being able to build into that steep slope, we're saving the rest of the property. We've had several transportation impact analysis done by the town of Chapel Hill, and here's some of those. Technically, we don't meet the threshold to have a TIA done, but we've done those, and we're planning to do one more. But as we've been developing this over the years, there's been a lot more development at the university and different places, and so we have agreed to do another TIA and design to that when we're there. But you can see from some of these numbers, and Dan can explain a little bit better than I can, very minimal traffic is being generated by this project. And if we're really talking about traffic is an issue, and I'm sure we're going to hear about traffic at this site because it is a big issue, this project is not causing that. We're approving projects downtown. We're approving projects, hospital beds, thousands of parking deck spaces around the hospital, 1,200 parking spaces downtown on Rosemary Street, hundreds of thousands of square feet of development. And this particular piece of property just happens to be in that location. And so this particular property is really being designed, for the future. We have electric vehicle charging spaces here. We have conduit in parking areas that will serve 20% or 14 spaces. We have one bicycle space per unit on here, indoor parking for the bicycles. And so part of the planning board discussion a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about the indoor bike storage as something that should be at plaza level. Because as we design this for really pedestrian use, this building, most of the people that would live here, we think our market is hospital and university employees and faculty that can walk to the campus. There's no reason for anybody to live here that works at RTP. So the idea is this is a commuter stop with the BRT, with the truck, the buses, and the bicycle and pedestrian system to connect to the university in downtown. And so here's some renderings that we broke up this facade, so it's not one massive facade. And one of the key things that we want to point out is really the massing of the building is really broken. And one of the things, I'm going to back up real quick to this site here. You can see that along Columbia Street, the bar is broken to add more space between Columbia Street and allow the plaza to be built. And the same thing on the ramp down to 54. The building is broken to break up the mass on that area that is exposed. Here's just a section through the building. You can see the underground area in the place where we're replacing the man-made steep slopes. Dan, you want to take over?
Sure. Thank you, Phil. I just want to summarize some of the key points that Phil made and maybe didn't mention as well that were also in the staff report. And that is the slopes, the steep slopes that folks are pointing to are man-made purely when the overpass was built over 54 at South Columbia Phil was brought in, and you saw from the photos, there's kudzu over. That is not a high quality slope environment. And I think the design is creating a very elegant way to create a street level experience, bring the vitality of the building to the street, make an elegant way for folks to get off of the bike lanes or the bus stops that are right in front and across the street and enter into this project. We are requesting some modified landscape buffers out front so that we can bring that urban experience, that urban plaza out to the street. We will still be providing street trees and landscaping, just not to the extent that the ordinance would normally require. We're requesting disturbance of the resource conservation district. That is a true statement. As Phil said, there's we're doing it. For better or for worse, the first several iterations of the project, we were staying out of the RCD, but in 2017, the RCD came to get us. It expanded into the footprint of the property. But we hope you can find that the fact that we are preserving 60% of the site now for all of the wildlife habitat benefits, the water quality benefits. Don't forget that we are managing stormwater from the proposed building, which is not on the site now. That and the fact that we're far exceeding the tree coverage requirement for this project will be a suitable balance in the disturbance of the RCD zones that we are doing. We are modifying those steep slopes, but again, those steep slopes are those kudzu covered ones that you see along Columbia Street. We think most importantly that by concentrating the development on the east side of the stream up against the street, we're not only buffering the residential neighborhood to the west, but we're bringing people right to where the public transportation is. And as Phil said, the proximity to campus, we're less than a mile from campus, just a tad more to downtown. I think most of you know we're just about a quarter mile north of the Morgan Creek Greenway Trail, and there is a bike lane and a sidewalk that goes across the bridge down to there. That in conjunction with the public transportation out front, bus stop on both sides of the street running right in front of the site. We already have bike lanes and sidewalks going, I think, continuously. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, all the way up to downtown. And that in conjunction with the fact that we're providing 3 times the bike parking that the ordinance require, will promote the fact that we think most of the people in this building will be, somehow associated with this part of town. And as they come out and need to go somewhere, their first inclination will be to jump on their bike or jump on the bus rather than jump in their car. Really can't think of many better locations in town to provide a little bit of density with the 52 units that we're proposing in a way that provides, design is subjective, but we think it's a beautiful building, a beautiful gateway. And don't forget that we are providing proposing more affordable housing than the 15% that the ordinance suggests. And finally, as Phil said, the right thing to do is not to just ignore that messy stream that's down in the bottom there, but to be proactive and restore that, to clean it up, making it something that's both an amenity and also helps with the wildlife and the water quality. So with that, that concludes our presentation. We're all here this evening to answer questions you might have, and we appreciate the time you gave us to give this. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, do you have clarifying questions? Ms. Ryan?
Can you show the south elevation?
South.
You flicked through it, but okay. And does the road run along that dark solid line there, or is that a retaining wall, or where does the road entranceway run there?
That is the ramp down
Okay.
towards Cardborough.
Okay. Can you tell me how high those retaining walls are on the west side holding your driveway in?
West side. Dan, you want to? I'm trying to remember the exact.
Yeah. They're anywhere from 8 to 11 feet tall.
Because one of the sections that was in the packet looked like 30 feet. It looked really high.
No, no retaining walls 30 feet tall. No,
Okay.
8 to 11. As Phil said, we're sort of trying to stair step down the site.
Okay, good. Glad there's no 30 feet retaining walls.
Yeah, us
Makes
too.
me
I
feel
wouldn't want to put my seal on one. That's for sure.
It was much lower at an earlier time, but the fire department wanted no larger than a 10% slope, which is what the code requires.
You on the plan, it said that the underground parking was double loaded. Can you explain what that means?
Let's see here. Do not have a copy of it, but essentially there are 2 cars parked end to end in one space.
And would there be access from both sides, or there would only be access from one side?
Only from one side.
Okay. And so you said you're exempt from the TIA requirement?
Correct. We're below the threshold, and we did receive a waiver from the town transportation engineer.
Okay. So and my comment on that is that so you're within the regulations. Just a comment to town staff that I think in areas where traffic is difficult like this, we should be careful about making sure we're doing TIAs. So
agreed. And to reiterate, as Phil said, we will be doing an additional TIA with the zoning compliance permit. We did have one done 6 years ago, and we'll be doing another one.
Yeah, and I'm sorry that council will not be seeing that prior to being asked to vote on it. So, okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Ms. Stegman?
I just had a question about the urban plaza. Could you show it? Is it meant for public use and private use, or is it just for the use of residents? Is it like, how does it interact with like people walking down the sidewalk or riding their bike by?
There are no barriers to anybody's use of that plaza. And I don't foresee any sign saying keep out unless you're a resident. If I go to this rendering, here's the plaza. It's part of the sidewalk, having a nice shady area with street trees and landscaping and benches out there. It's really part of what makes this an urban building. I don't think putting a fence or any kind of separation between the public and the sidewalk would be a good thing.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Poincy, then Ms. Gu.
Got 2 questions. So, for the purposes of this question, I mean, this is the truth. I'm a lay person when it comes to stuff like this, but can you tell us what a perennial stream is and what the difference is between an intermittent and a perennial stream?
I'd be happy to chime in. There may be somebody on the staff that is more technically oriented than I, but to be, sort of at its core, an intermittent stream is a stream that only flows occasionally after there's a rainfall event. So you saw from Phil's photos that there were some dry stretches of that stream, and there were a few stretches that had standing water, puddles in them. A perennial stream generally is characterized by a stream that flows most of the time, but the state of North Carolina, which has established the guidelines or the rules for what is a perennial and intermittent, they have come up with a scoring sheet that has, maybe 24 boxes that you check and score. And And it's not just water. It's it's a defined bank and all that sort of thing. So in this case, as Phil said, they found it by a half point to be a perennial stream on the scoring system rather than an intermittent stream. That's generally the difference. A perennial stream is a little bit larger and flows more frequently than an intermittent. Is that helpful?
That's very helpful.
Okay.
Then my second question is, I know you had mentioned, Mr. Jewell, that back in 2016, the RCD was expanded in this area. Do you have a sense of why it was expanded at that time?
Phil, you've seen the scoring sheets. You think that there was one or two more boxes that were checked by town staff that they had not checked in the previous 2 iterations. And just to be clear, all of these determinations were done by town staff.
Okay. Well, maybe there's a question for town staff then.
So I want to chip in. So the state came in to do the stream determination and determined that it was not intermittent after the town staff had been visited the site and classify the stream as intermittent. The developer appealed to the state, and when the state came in, they determined it to be perennial.
Gotcha. And so I'm sorry. So clarification, but the determination for RCD that for expanding the RCD in this area, that's tied in with the perennial stream determination. Is that right?
Yes,
Yes.
strictly the classification. Yes, the ordinance says an intermittent stream has, I believe, a 50-foot buffer on either side, and a perennial has a 150-foot buffer on either side, broken into 3 zones.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ms. Gu? Mr. Nguyen?
I understand that the Transportation and the Connectivity Board rejected or denied this project because of the traffic safety concerns. I understand that you're saying this project by itself may not have significant impact with regard to contribute to the volume, to the increase, that may not contribute to the increasing the volume of that intersection. However, I remember that the TCAP board mentioned that because of this project, so you need to create that, I don't know what kind of service level you're going to have for this project. Is that the full access or the right in, right out, but they have serious concerns at that intersection, so close to the intersection. And they feel like there's some of the traffic flow, people may not be able to actually see the traffic that are coming out or need to turn into this development. And especially combine that with the mixed use of like bike lanes or pedestrians, because you mentioned that, you actually emphasize that and say that you're expecting a large proportion of the traffic from this development is going to be on foot, on bike. So when you combine that very complex intersection with a mixed of those different modes of traffic flow, so they have serious concerns with regard to the safety. It's not necessarily that increase the traffic volume or increase the waiting time at the intersection. I feel, well, I just want to hear that. What is your comment or reaction or response to their seems like very serious concerns with regard to safety?
We were perplexed by their determination on this. We really were. We've been working with NCDOT and the town transportation department for years on how to enter this site, and they all felt that the way we are doing it is the best place to enter. They being NCDOT, they felt that a full movement access into the site was also the best way to do it. We've heard a few things about, there was some conversation about where's the best location for a crosswalk or not a crosswalk. And certainly what we've ended up with was what has been recommended. But the level of service issue was also one of the things that we weren't sure about where they were coming from, because and I won't go back to it, but if you pull up that very dry slide that had the charts on there from the 2014 traffic impact analysis, there was no change in the level of service, the projected level of service on South Columbia Street, or any at the intersections, because the level of service is intersecting. There was absolutely no change caused by this project in the 2014 TIA. Since then, this project, which is slightly different, it has a few more residential units, but the previous proposal had 7,000 square feet of retail, and that would have been, coffee shop, a small restaurant, something like that. This project no longer has that. And retail is the largest trip generator. That then, we're sure the new TIA will show that there's actually no increase in trip generation from the 2014 proposal. I would suspect there's a slight decrease. And as Phil said, in the meantime, the background traffic has gone up. There's nothing we can do about all the construction that's going on at UNC and the additional trips. So the level of service will not, of those intersections will not be changed by this project. So we're not, we heard the comments that the TCAB made. We're still a little bit unsure about why they voted the way they did, particularly since all of the other advisory boards gave us strong recommendations for approval. But it is what it is. They, it's their prerogative to comment on those things. But if you have any specific things that you would like us to look at and come back with, we are more than happy to do that and appreciate that comment.
Well, I'm not sure that what you just described actually addressed the concerns that I heard from the board, because their concern is not the new volume or the trips that will be generated from this project. I think that they actually agree with you, saying that the new traffic trips generated from this project might be not their main concern. Their main concern is the pattern of the traffic, because you created this new full service entrance to this project that will significantly increase the complexity or the conflicts between different modes of traffics. So their main concern is about the safety by adding the entrance to this new development and all the full service traffic flow that will significantly increase the complexity and the potential safety concerns from this new development. From your presentation, I heard so far, and as well as the explanation that you've just given, it seems like I haven't heard that you have actually seriously studied that issue. Is that, or have solutions for that?
We're doing what the town and NCDOT have asked us to do.
But their evaluations, all the traffic impact analysis is mainly on the trips, or the new trips that will be generated from this project. But I do not see enough consideration or explore or investigation about the safety issues. And I haven't heard from this presentation, and it seems like I haven't heard answers from you to address those safety concerns.
We will bring some of those answers back when we come back.
Yeah. Originally, we had proposed a right in, right out, and that was not recommended by DOT and not recommended by the town.
Apparently I'm not a traffic engineer, but I want to hear a more comprehensive kind of investigation on that issue, because it seemed from their discussion I heard, seems like their concerns are pretty serious, and they clearly stated that it's not their main concern to slow down the traffic. Their concern is the safety issue, the conflicts of different modes of the traffic, and the potential safety incidences that can come from that conflict of traffic flow.
Thank you.
We will meet with the town's bike ped transportation folks and see if we can come back with some responses to that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Nguyen?
Two quick things, because I know it is getting late. I think on the TCAP board thing, they laid out, I think, like 6 or 7 different recommendations to increase the pedestrian and bicyclist safety. So would love to see y'all's response to those, if you're willing to implement all of those, some of those recommendations next time we see you. And then the second thing was, I saw in our materials that the housing board approval was contingent on you all having a conversation with the Community Home Trust and seeing if the units that you're giving us for the affordable housing piece align with their inventory needs. If I'm not mistaken, it's 8 one-bedroom, 575 square feet units.
That's correct, and we have had a discussion with a good meeting with the director of the community land trust.
Okay.
And we will, and again, to Ms. Goo's point, we will circle back with as well with the town's transportation and bike ped folks and see if we can deal with some of the TCAB comments.
Okay, we have a number of members of the public who stayed on to speak, so we'd like to hear from them. Mr. Parker is going to call them in 2 at a time, and we will listen to their comments. And
I had a couple of questions.
I couldn't find you because you.
Sorry about that. I'll be very quick. One is, what is the nature of the commercial, the 4,000 square feet that you envision being there? 2, what are, the approximate price points for the units, since these are for sale units? And then in regard to the intersection, if the possibility of signalizing that intersection has ever been discussed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Parker. Just to answer the commercial part first, it's really intended to be what we call live-work units, space for people to live there, to have a place that they can work. This is not a destination retail location at all, but someplace that the people that can work from home or have a small place to open an office or a small operation. Originally, it was going to be my office. On the price points on this thing, we really have not set a final price point on the 4 sale pieces of this, but I would, if I was guessing and put something out there, it's going to be in the mid 300s here. But we're trying to be as affordable as we can. These are not luxury units. They're accessed by breezeway balconies on the west side, but it's really for, and they're very small units compared to what we're doing in other places. 900 square feet, kind of average 2-bedroom unit, some 1-bedrooms.
Okay.
Okay, I'll start calling folks.
Can we get the full screen back, please?
Yes.
Oh, can we have an answer to the signalization question
Oh,
Mr.
sorry.
Parker asked?
Oh, I didn't see that. We had suggested signalization there at Purefoy Road, and that was one of the things that DOT would not allow. But we do have signalization for the pedestrian crossings there that would have their own issues there. But we had looked at that originally, and it just doesn't warrant it in the distance to the intersection to the next light was too short to warrant another light there.
Okay, so Kimberly Brewer, followed by Julie McClintock.
Welcome.
Hello,
Hello again.
I'm Kimberly Brewer again. Um, this proposed project is linked to the proposed South Columbia Gateway land use map, and all of my comments on that item also apply here. I'd like to speak to what I see as the false gains and the real losses this project would generate. First, the false gains. The project is proposing 8 affordable housing units. This high-end development, along with the changed land use map, would set in motion the loss of existing affordable housing, some of the last remaining affordable housing in Chapel Hill. There would be negligible transit ridership and economic development gains. The project is proposing to restore a stream channel. Why restore the channel and at the same time undermine the restoration by paving and disturbing large portions of the stream buffer? I'm an environmental planner. Studies show that most stream restoration projects fail because they do not pay enough attention to land draining to the stream channel. 2/3 of this site is in the Resource Conservation District. The project would pave 20% of the RCD and disturb 40% of the RCD, impairing the infiltration and treatment functions that the stream buffer is supposed to provide. Those are the false gains. So what are the real losses? Again, this project, along with the future land use map, would set in motion the likely loss of the town's iconic Merritt's Grill, loss of diverse housing with history and character, loss of existing affordable housing, the worsening of traffic safety issues at the intersection of Columbia and Purefoy, which are very, very serious, further erosion and discrediting of our community's stream buffer protection ordinance, and a domino effect of monoculture high-rise mixed-use development along South Columbia Street. If non-residential development is allowed at this site, it should be a maximum of 3 stories, be in harmony with this historic entranceway, and have a traffic light at Purefoy and Columbia to address safety issues. For over 20 years, developers have proposed intense development at this site. And neighborhoods and residents have been involved in those discussions all along the way. This project has not addressed the community and neighborhood issues that should be addressed before approval. Therefore, I oppose approval of this project at this time. And if I may, I would like to add a comment about some council members' impression that there had not been neighborhood engagement on the South Columbia Gateway project or land use plan. In 2018, we attended public meetings and open houses. We met with staff individually. In June of 2019, we attended a town meeting where we offered comments and gave a PowerPoint presentation. And at different meetings, we questioned why this had been added as a focus area, expressed our concerns and wishes for this area. For new council members, you might ask for a record of this involvement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Julie McClintock, followed by Claire Horn.
Judy, you're mute.
You're muted, Julie.
I need to go back and find the
There
picture.
you go.
Oh, thank you. All right, it's a late hour, and I endorse Kimberly's comments, but I think I can add a few new things. First of all, a number of CHALT supporters have signed a letter to you, and we're asking you to reject this rezoning request. And our major concerns have to do with the environment and public safety. You will note from the planners report tonight that you received that the ESAB approved this project. I sit on that committee, but we did so with the understanding would receive additional review from the Stormwater Board. That did not happen, and we have a broken process that needs to be fixed. This is a project that needs extra stormwater review. I want to see this process fixed. I'm happy to work with the mayor and council to make it work, and it's not too late to request that review. If the council's serious about climate change, flooding, and ecology, then the town needs to follow its ordinance. This is a project that asks for an awful lot of exceptions. It's advocating, asking for a variance from a perennial stream. It went to the state and appealed I assume the town's determination, and the state upheld that appeal. 2/3 of the state's in the RCD, 40% of the RCD is disturbed. 60% of the managed portion of the RCD is disturbed. The parking lot is not a permitted use in RCD, and it's in it. The steep slopes are violated by 25%. I just want to point out that water runs downhill, whether it's man-made steep slopes or not. So Michael asked in the Bridgepoint discussion, what difference does it make if these variances are granted? Good question. In addition to water quality, wildlife corridors, and our Piedmont ecology, if you consult the experts, you will learn that allowing variances will destroy any value of stream restoration. So the public safety aspect of this is really interesting, and I'm very familiar with this area. It's a dangerous area already. And for anybody that was around for Obie Creek, this was an area extensively studied. The DOT has said that they want to rework the whole area. But if you do something here, you are going to limit the long-term solutions for this area. I also think that that Kimberly has a point when she says shoehorning this density on this difficult lot will not only make it unsafe for residents making turning movements in their cars and pedestrians, which I think the idea that this is pedestrian friendly is crazy. It's very unsafe. That this will actually put pressure on the affordable housing and break down the zoning there. I mean, I think anybody who is considering voting for this should take a walk down there, walk through the Purfoy neighborhood, and just say, this is wonderful. This is a college neighborhood. It's full of soccer players, football players, and long-term residents. It's a wonderful neighborhood. It's affordable, but by continuing down this tract, I think you put it at risk. So let's see, I think I've covered most things, the variances, the severe environmental impediments.
Thank you.
And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Claire Horn, followed by Ruchia Vora.
Yes, hi, I'm Claire Horn. I live in the Westwood neighborhood. In all the meetings in recent years about South Columbia Street Annex project, concerns were voiced consistently by neighbors and echoed by many previous council members that this project is simply too large for the site and traffic issues are considerable on a difficult stretch of road. Nothing the developer presented tonight addresses these concerns. Now, because of the focus zone for increased large-scale development at the Columbia Street Gateway, this huge project must be evaluated in context with anticipated new multiple 6-story buildings expected in this zone, with the potential for truly terrible traffic impact all along this corridor. I also oppose this project moving forward and ask you to reject this rezoning or zoning request. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, Ruchia Vora, followed by Martin Johnson.
Hi, and thanks again for having me, and impressed by how late you guys work. I think others have said it well. I'm concerned about environmental considerations. I'm an environmental engineer. I live in this neighborhood. In fact, I own 2 properties in this neighborhood. I'm living in Pine Bluff Trail right now, which comes right up to this neighborhood. And the other property we own has a steep slope. And I don't understand how we can have these RCD requirements and we tell people, you know, these are the rules, and then there's all these other ways to get around these rules, which I don't quite get. I feel like we should be sticking to our environmental considerations, and I think those RCD rules are valid, and I think that we should stick to them. Secondly, I don't see how you can get around the traffic problem. So that is a conundrum that I don't see how the developers can get through. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Martin Johnson, followed by Sam Eberts.
Thank you. I also live in the Westwood neighborhood, and I'm here to support the project. We need more housing in Chapel Hill, and we need infill projects like this one to increase the availability of housing for moderate income individuals and families. We want to advance the town's climate change goals by supporting car-free and one-car households, which this project does, and also adding new amenities like sidewalks, public plazas. I would love to see some retail space eventually in this area, and I think that will all benefit the surrounding neighborhoods. There's already a bunch of high-rise buildings on Columbia Road, so this is adding to the kind of mix that's already there. And I think it will allow more people to live closer to employment, which will reduce car dependency. I think the concerns about the environment are overblown because when we don't build in Chapel Hill, people are still gonna come here. There's still babies are gonna be born. We're gonna grow as a state and as a community, and people end up living in Chatham County, driving to work, and causing far more ecological destruction than we'll ever get by encouraging density. The community, I think, also, again, going to benefit from new sidewalks, making it easier to walk and bike to Merritt's pasture. Right now, it's really a fairly treacherous walk down there, so this project will advance that work. And then I think a public plaza will be a really nice stopping place on the way up and down the hill. Furthermore, I wanted to emphasize that this project's in keeping with Chapel Hill 2020 vision, which was published in 2012, and also the future land use map that was approved and discussed earlier tonight. And I think it's really important for the council to honor its own planning processes, which incorporate input from all kinds of stakeholders, not just the people who have the luxury and inclination to comment on meetings like this one. Finally, I think this project will add to the economic and social diversity of the neighborhood. There are many people who would like to live in Chapel Hill but are unable to do so. These apartments, both market rate and subsidized, will help demonstrate Chapel Hill's stated values of being a multicultural, dynamic, and equitable community. If approved, the Columbia Street Annex will be a true gateway to the town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sam Eberts, followed by Martin Feinstein.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to talk, and I really appreciate the late hours and the hard work that this council puts in on behalf of the city. This sounds like a wonderful project as long as we ignore the encroachment, as long as we ignore basically most of the regulations we have to set aside or give variances for this. So in terms of honoring commitments that the town has made, I agree with the previous speaker. First, maybe let's honor the commitments on the regulations we say are important for any type of development. There's a significant encroachment here. They're going to provide a great barrier for the Westwood neighborhood. Strangely enough, I don't remember anyone from the Westwood neighborhood really advocating for this. And in fact, every member, including myself, who's lived in the Westwood neighborhood for over 15 years, is against this project. So thank you very much for the developer's point of view, but we don't see the benefit that you think you're giving to us, and we didn't ask for that benefit. I think the issue about traffic burden, there has to be some common sense. And I would also urge the council to spend some time on Columbia. It literally becomes a parking lot all the way up to the Mason Farm signal light right now. I agree that this project alone will not create the congestion we have, but surely no intelligent person can say that this 6-story monstrosity overlooking historic homes doesn't add any traffic to the area. The answer appears to be because all of the residents are going to either bike or walk everywhere. If that's really the case, I'd like to see the developer actually limit the amount of parking they have at that building, because part of their promise to you is there will not be a negative impact on traffic because no one's going to be using their car. I've worked on a lot of different issues in different cities. I've never heard a developer present a development that said there's an increased burden on traffic. There's always no increased traffic. And I've heard this in different cities across the country. And of course, we always have more traffic. But the one thing that's ignored here is not just the burden of traffic on Columbia. As Columbia becomes more and more congested, the next thing drivers are doing is taking a left at that Mason Farm signal light and cutting through the Westwood neighborhood to get to Franklin Street or to other places in Chapel Hill or at the university. There are no sidewalks in that area. Children play on those streets. Cars speed on those streets. We've put speed bumps in there that has not slowed this down. So you're going to drive more traffic that way. So what I hear is your constituents say they do not want this project, but the people who don't live in the area are telling me how great this project is going to be for me, and I don't see that value. And I really kind of resent this implication from the developers that somehow this is a zero impact. The 6-story building is really broken up a little. It doesn't look very imposing. And that what we want in our historic neighborhood is an urban plaza.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Martin Feinstein, followed by Deborah Barrett.
Hi, Martin Feinstein. I am not even visible to you. Hang on a second. All right. I live at the corner of Coolidge Street and South Columbia, and I have nothing novel to say. However, I'm going to say it anyway, because I think that the more you hear it, the more likely it is that it becomes something that is widely valid and widely believed. Just in the aesthetics of this, the town is now really full of imposing multi-story boxes that are all over town. We don't need one in this area because we already have a well-established neighborhood that already provides suitably scaled residential housing, as well as merits, a thriving business that draws people from all over town and beyond. The traffic issue has been on the table with this project, as many of you remember, ever since it was first introduced. From where I live, I get to see it all the time. During rush hour, the traffic doesn't move in that area. The impact on the Purifoy intersection in relation to automobile safety and pedestrian safety is just terribly adverse. And from what we've been hearing, I don't think that there's been an awful lot that's been done to correct the possibility that this danger is going to be alleviated. In relation to the variances, I think people have spoken to you in great detail about those. From my point of view, if there are variances given to the RCD and steep slope requirements, it's not a precedent that the town ought to frequently set unless there's a really compelling reason to do so. And it really begs the question of why those requirements are there in the first place, if they're somewhat easily waived. And now, if I can make a small comment that will not ingratiate me to any of you, I just wanted to go back to the first public hearing and say that if there's an issue about an outcome that requires people to come and talk about it, and that the response to it is it's too late to change it anyway, that seems to me to be, a little beyond what we ought to expect. I know that the outcome of that hearing wasn't quite that way, but it was distressing to hear. Anyway, I thank you for listening to me, and I wish you a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, Deborah Barrett, and then we have George Jackson signed up, but he does not appear to still be with us. So after George Jackson would be Zalman Jaffe. Ms. Barrett?
I was just looking to see if I should say good evening or good morning. Boy, I gotta say there's some stamina happening here. I just, my hat's off to you that you do this so often, and whew, everyone still looks alert. So a lot of stamina also with this project, right? I didn't realize it was started, more than a dozen years ago. I thought it was more in 2014 is when I started queuing in. My name is Debbie Barrett. I'm also a Westwood resident, but I'm not here to say I'm against this project. I'm here to say I'm not an expert. The things that I'm hearing that sound promising are things like there's solar panels, there's the bicycle pieces, there's conservation, parking will get hidden. I think these are all really terrific things. I walk around that area a lot. If there's a way to link where I live in Westwood to the park in that area that I go to a lot, but I can't think of the name of it because I'm really tired. I think that would be a terrific thing. And I'm not here so much to advocate for my neighborhood as much as to say that my values, I think that it's really important to have housing that people who work at UNC Hospital, for example, can actually afford to live in. So I know there's going to be a certain number, whatever it was, 18% or 8 units or something like that, that are affordable. And I'm hoping that the other ones are also affordable. In that case, I would, I have multiple values, and I think that I wouldn't support the idea of having luxury apartments there, because I think there's plenty of really expensive homes in this area already. However, the idea of having a place for essential workers to live, for staff who work side by side with me, for people at UNC Hospital to be able to live and work, and to have a way to really encourage people to live in a way where, I ride my bike to work. I walk to town. This is a really nice spot. And if the place is built in a way that could really encourage that in some way. I'm for aesthetics, of course, not good with congestion. I don't know if you can build a building and not introduce more cars. I don't think that's possible, no matter how you made it. I don't know. So I think that that's kind of an inevitability unless it's never going to get developed. I don't think it's this is my judgment, I don't think it's a particularly pretty or useful, thank you, piece of land as it is right now. And so I don't love the way it might look. However, I really don't hate it. I mean, I'm okay. I think, so I guess my point going forward is the more that it would be something where we could move towards environmentally minded places that people can afford to live, and we can increase diversity in my neighborhood and in this town, all of our town. It's not just about our neighborhood. I'd appreciate that. Thank you. And still good night.
Thanks.
Okay. The next one up is Zalman Jaffe.
Mr. Jaffe, are you with us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah, my name is Alman Jaffe, and I own the lot on Dow Street that back to Monroe Street, the one you want to close. And I have the houses over there for about 15 years, and my plan was always to develop it and subdivide it 2 or 3 lots and use Monroe Street as an access. By doing this project, you block me completely, because there's a developer is going to build a retaining wall of 10 to 16 feet tall between my lots and the street. And so far, I couldn't find, nobody can explain me how to cross with a vehicle a 10 to 16 feet wall, retaining wall. So I think that project completely is not feasible unless we resolve the problem of Monroe Street. And I need some kind of access to the road. And so far, from what I talked with the developer, they didn't offer nothing that makes sense. In order to do over there, I can build 2 lots. I have 2 lots without changing the CD right now. And if I get a modification the same like the developer asked for the RCD, I can put 4 lots. I don't think town of Chapel Hill have too many available single-family lots right now. I don't know if you guys want to lose like 4 single-family lots. Anyway, I really object to that project only from the reason that they blocked me. Otherwise, I don't have a problem with the project. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, that is everybody. Martin Johnson has raised his hand, but since Mr. Johnson spoke with us already, I guess it's not appropriate to call on him again. So if you have a comment or a question, please email it to the mayor and council at townofchapelhill.org, and it will be addressed.
Okay. Got to check in with council, the lateness of the hour. I know we lost a couple of speakers as well because it was so late, and sorry it's this late on the agenda that this project came forward. We do have an opportunity to delay closing the public hearing and push it to the next time so we could bring back up. But if council has questions they'd like to have answered in the meantime, it would probably be good for the developer to hear that, but I'd like you to do them quickly if possible. And this is for both items, by the way, for items 10 and 11. They're paired together. So let's see if we have some quick questions to put out there to not get answers to right now, but to get information back at another time. Okay, Ms. Gu, followed by Mr. Parker.
Well, I already expressed my concerns. I want the concerns regarding the traffic, especially the safety hazards issues that are raised by the TCAP to be properly addressed. I haven't seen a solution or an investigation on that issue yet.
Thank you. Mr. Parker?
Yeah, just one, I mean, there are other things for another night, but just one quick one. Just something to think about in terms of the electric charging stations. Living where I do, where parking spaces are allocated to specific units, you know, unless you have several unallocated spaces in which you can park charging stations, in a world where in 10 or 15 years, half or more of the cars are going to be electric, you've really got to think about how you allocate parking spaces so people can actually take advantage of charging stations. Because otherwise you'll wind up with a situation where each individual unit owner has to invest a few $1,000s to put in their own charging station. So just putting in conduit for 20% of the spaces, unless those spaces are unallocated and people can use them for 4 or 5 hours, pull out and somebody else can pull into them, that really isn't going to meet the building's needs for electric vehicle charging stations down the road.
Okay. Ms. Ryan, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I second Ms. Gu's request for more safety information for the bike and ped, and especially too for the cars that are coming out of Purefoy. I understand that when they try to come out there and take a left turn down South Columbia, often they're racing to beat traffic, and that's quite a dangerous turning movement. So, you know, if you can address that, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Stegman.
Just to see if there's any options to reduce parking, the number of parking spaces.
Okay, and I'd like to ask that we can have more information from our stormwater department about what the effects of the development will mean for this particular area, considering that it's got a different termination now. Okay. Then I will need a motion from council to continue this public hearing.
I move that we continue the public hearing till December 9th.
Second.
I move that we continue public hearing. Do I have to do two separate motions?
I believe you will, because they're two separate.
And one for the right-of-way closure.
Let's just do them as two separate motions.
Okay.
There's motion by Mr. Parker, second by Mr. Nguyen. Is that correct? Okay, roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Boyncey.
Aye.
Ms. Gu.
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen.
Aye.
Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
Mayor votes aye as well. Item is continued. We will look to have it earlier on the agenda so people can participate. Next item, number 11, the Monroe Street closure.
I move that we continue the public hearing for the Monroe Street right-of-way closure to December 9th.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Parker, second by Mr. Boyncey. Roll call vote, please. Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Boyncey.
Aye.
Ms. Gu.
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen.
Aye.
Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
Mayor votes aye as well. Thank you very much. Item number 12 has been delayed. I'm not sure if we can delay item number 13. I need a ruling from our manager or attorney. I know it's not a long item.
I didn't want to cut off Maurice if he was going to weigh in, but you can begin it. It's a judgment call at this point, whether you think it will limit public participation. I don't know if anybody has hung in. So there is some, technically you can begin it, but there is some question about whether there's been a reasonable opportunity for others to participate.
Well, if we can we could also delay this one.
You could delay, or you could also continue, you could begin it and continue it at your option.
Council, are you okay just to say that we're gonna, Anya, sorry to do this to you, but I think we're all punchy. Council okay with delaying, continuing this one to December 9th as well?
And I don't know if Amy Harvey is on, but is there a problem getting it on the next calendar at this point in time? I think there's time, right?
We'll make it work. We're not having a big fancy presentation the next one.
I just would feel remiss if I had said so without checking. But I think there's enough time because it's the 19th, right? So yeah, I think
we're gonna be coherent on this.
Yeah.
All right,
Thanks.
Parker, you make a motion to continue this public hearing on.
I move that we continue the public hearing on the application for rezoning for Phi Gamma Delta.
Second.
To December 9th.
To December 9th, yes.
Who's second, Ms. Anderson? Okay, motion by Mr. Parker, second by Ms. Anderson. Roll call vote, please. Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Boynsey?
Aye.
Ms. Gu?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
Mayor says aye as well. Thank you very much. One more thing, we always appreciate people applying for advisory boards and wanting to be interested and involved in town government, especially when we work so late at night. They love that. So thank you for your willingness to be dedicated. For our grievance board, we have reappointed, I'm sorry, I'm punching out too, Annie Brayboy, sorry, and Matthew Tolchin. Thank you for doing that. For the Historic District Commission, the council appointed Sean Murphy and Polly Vanderbilt, and we'll come back with the other spot after more interviews are continued. So thank you. For the Stormwater Board, the council reappointed Stephen Hearn, and Pamela Schultz, and appointed Janet Clark for the UNC position. All right. For the Justice in Action, there's a lot of names here, so I'm sorry if I went through, but we're very excited. We have a lot of applicants, and it was great. Liz Flake is reappointed, Sarah Cheek, Shyla Baldwin, Ada Al Akahardar, is that right? Tracy Miller, and Newell O. So thank you all for applying and serving, and we still have spots open, so please continue to apply, and we appreciate that. We have no meeting next week, council members. So get your rest and happy holidays and celebrate in small gatherings, please. As we push that message, will be coming out to reaffirm that we want people to be careful during the holidays. So meeting is now adjourned, and thank you for hanging in there. Appreciate it.
Bye, everybody.
Happy holiday, everybody.
Bye.
Be safe.
Good night, Mayor.
Good night. Thanks for getting, that was a nice way for me to read the ballot stuff, so thank you.
I'm so glad. Sleep tight.
Yeah, I got an early morning meeting. I'll just stay right here, I think, and stay on.
Have a good holiday.
You too.
Bye.
Bye. Hey, Scott, can we upgrade to Zoom 5.0 and get the reactions feature?